Hello. Hello. Very good morning to everyone and a happy Diwali. And I'm sorry that I'm troubling you all on this Diwali, the Festival of Lights. Uh, and yesterday, I'm very happy that everything went well with your cooperation and expecting the same today too. Uh, and today's session will begin. It's supposed to begin at 10 o'clock, and we have been waiting for the participants to join. I think we'll start the session now. In a minute, the speaker is also waiting, and I hope Rajesh Tommy sir is there.
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So we'll start in half a minute. Once. So today being Diwali, I don't know how did I make that kind of a mistake. So I feel very sorry being an Indian to trouble all the Indians. I don't know whether I'm practical or impractical, but I can understand the situation. So no grievances. But I would like everyone to have a happy and safe Diwali. Let the festival of lights obliterate the darkness that is prevailing in this world today. So, with that prayer to all my participants, I would like to invite Ajish to, to continue this program. So, he will be handling this program today. So, over to Ajish.
Ma'am, mute. Good morning, one and all. I welcome you all to the second and final day of the two-day. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I welcome you all to the second and final day of the two-day virtual conference on university education and ELT, scopes and challenges. Before we begin, I'll quickly sum up what happened on the first day for those who were unable to participate on the first day. We began the first day with the inaugural address and keynote address by Professor Shyambi Menon from Central Institute of Education, University of Delhi, followed by three plenary sessions by Professor G. Damodar, Vice Chancellor of Chaitanya Deemed to be University, Professor Shahabyar Khan from University of Sarajevo, Bosnia-Herzegovina. The session was followed by Dr. Vruddhachalam Pillai Subramanian, Educational Management Consultant from Chennai. And that session was followed by parallel sessions of paper presentations. And the day ended with another plenary session by Dr. Rabia Hose, School of Education, University of Rhode Island, USA. Coming on to today's schedule, we will begin today's session with the fifth plenary session of the conference by Dr. Naushad Kabir from University of Dhaka. He'll be talking about the scopes and challenges of online university education and English language teaching. I now invite Dr. Rajesh Tommy, Assistant Professor from the School of Social Science and Languages, to introduce the speaker and moderate the session. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Ajish, for your introductory remarks. A very good morning to one and all present here. I wish a happy Diwali to all of you. Warm welcome to the second day of this virtual conference, Online University Education and English Language Teaching, Scope and Challenges. Respected Dr. G. Velmurugan, Dean, School of Social Sciences and Languages, HOD, Department of English, Dr. Sarika Gupta, the organizer of this conference, Dr. Rukmini S., first plenary speaker of today's session, Dr. Mian Muhammad Naushad Kabir, professors, scholars, and the most valued participants, warm welcome to this virtual conference. It is indeed my pleasure and privilege to introduce Dr. Mian Muhammad Naushad Kabir. Dr. Mian is an assistant professor of the English language at the Institute of Modern Languages, University of Dhaka. Dr. Mian has a PhD in English language education from English and Foreign Languages University, EFLU, Hyderabad. After completing his master's in ELT from University of Dhaka, he has received SAR scholarship from Indian Council for Cultural Relations, that is ICCR, to complete his doctorate. He is associated with University of Dhaka from 2015 onwards. There are a number of publications to his credit. The most recent ones are Usefulness of English Foundation Courses, a study on private universities in Bangladesh. The next one, English Language Teaching in the 21st Century, Issues and Challenges. Another one, Reviewing Translation and L1 in Language Pedagogy from Trans-Languaging Lenses. In fact, these publications came to limelight in 2019. They are the most recent ones. Currently, he is the Vice President of Bangladesh English Language Teachers Association, that's BELTA, and the founder executive editor of BELTA Journal. Of late, Dr. Mian has co-edited the book, The Rutledge Handbook of English Language Education in Bangladesh, which is in press. He works in the areas of curriculum, materials, assessment, and multilingualism. In today's session, Dr. Mian will be critically analyzing the pros and cons of the emerging state of affairs from the pertinent perspectives of integrating technology with tertiary levels of language education with regard to the 10 parameters that he argues and proposes in this talk. Let's listen to him. Hearty welcome to you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you for a very elaborate introduction. I would like to begin wishing happy Diwali to all of you. And I really feel sorry for the 50 participants who are sacrificing their festivals, are here and attending the conference and going to listen to my talk. And I hope that I don't make them upset.
नौशाद जी आप हमें याद मत करिए ऑलरेडी आई एम फीलिंग वेरी गिल्टी फॉर दैट
So, yeah, so good morning, Shurprabhat and Kalai Vanakkam from Dhaka. And on my behalf, I become very, nostalgic on the Diwali festival because I spent 5 Diwalis in my campus in EFLU, and I remember going to my supervisor's house to celebrate the festival. So with lots of crackers and very tasty food. And I think my supervisor, Professor S. Monraj, is here now and listening to the talk. And I'm very happy to know that he's here. So without further ado, I think I will get into my talk. Can I share the slides? I mean, is it possible for me? Let me try. Okay.
would you do you want me to share or you
No, I think it is working, right?
yes, I made you the co-host so you can do
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, so as you know from the flyer, so this is the topic which goes with the conference theme. In fact, it is one of the themes of the conference: online university education and English language teaching (ELT). So I will be basically looking at this paradigm shift of education from face-to-face modality to online from the perspective of ELT, the field where I work. And I will also be talking about some of the scopes and challenges, many of which already you know, but I will try to be a little bit more focused and connect them to ELT. So this is my presentation, and my presentation is divided in 5 sections. I will begin with differentiating between online university education and emergency remote teaching, popularly known as ERT nowadays. And there are some other terms like emergency remote instruction or emergency remote learning, but they more or less mean the same thing. Then I will also talk about ELT and how it is different from other branches of knowledge. Then I will come to the points, scopes, challenges, and way forward. So it's a very simple thing, but I will share my understanding and experiences with you, and hope to learn from you also. So I think we have a kind of general tendency to confuse or to confuse between the terms online university education and ERT, or I can say that sometimes we use these terms in an interchangeable manner. Okay, but basically they are not same. I can say that ERT is just a kind of online education system, but there are many other variations or types of online university education. So uh, I will talk about the 9 dimensions of online education mentioned by Means, Bakia, and Murphy in 2014 in a very significant book. Learning, you can see, learning online, what research tells us about whether, when, and how. So uh, they actually talk about these 9 elements that you see in bold, and then some information, explanatory information is given beside those words. So by online education, they mean that the modality of education has to be mostly completely online, or it can be a blend to some extent. It is self-paced, that means the learners can do at their own convenience. Occasionally, there can be some scheduled classes fixed by the teachers. There can be defined types of ratio to the student instructor. For example, from less than 35 to less than 1,000. And these number of students can have one teacher. So, I mean, it's very flexible in terms of teacher-student ratio. The pedagogical aspects can be exploratory, practical, expository, or collaborative. I mean, all these things are done in face-to-face classes and also in emergency remote teaching. So some of these 9 elements will be applicable to ERT also. But at the same time, let me remind you that ERT will be different from online university education, which I will talk about a little later. And the role of teacher, you see, is, most of the time teachers are supposed to be active. Uh, Sorry. Yeah, teachers are supposed to be active, uh, but their presence will be small. And sometimes teachers might not appear on screen at all. It might be through some other platforms like, let's say, email, or some platform like Campus, which American universities use, and many of you might be familiar with the Canvas experience. It is not Campus, Canvas. Um, so, and the student's role is defined in terms of doing all these activities like listening or reading, completing some problems. I mean, solving some problems, or answering some questions. I mean, whatever tasks are given to them, they are assigned with uh, by the teachers. The classes can happen in either a synchronous or asynchronous way, or there can be a mixture of both. So by synchronous, we mean that both the teacher and the students will be present in online classes. But by asynchronous, we mean that the materials might be uploaded somewhere, and the learners can have access to them at their ease, at their own convenient time, and both the options can be available. Uh, Online assessment system is basically characterized by the following features like readiness of the learners, and then the adaptive instruction, that is the customized instructions or guidance from the teachers, information, conscious information about the learning state, like how far have we come, and then the input, that is how the students are assessed, and also identifying whether the students are at the risk of failure before conducting examinations. And the feedback can be given in diverse ways, like it can be automated feedback set by the software. The, teach, the teachers can also give feedback, and also sometimes teachers can also kind of inspire the peers to help each other with their understanding by sharing their feedback on each other's copy. So these are the nine, let's say, dimensions of online university education mentioned by Means, Bakia, and Murphy. But then what happens to ERT? Let's say Hodges et al. Actually define ERT in this manner, and the words in blue, light blue, are the words highlighted by me because they are the specific features that differentiate ERT from online education. So let me read out. So emergency remote teaching is a temporary shift of instructional delivery to an alternate delivery mode due to crisis circumstances. It involves the use of fully remote teaching solutions for instruction or education that would otherwise be delivered face to face or as blended or hybrid courses, and that will return to that format once the crisis or emergency has abated. The primary objective in these circumstances is not to recreate a robust educational ecosystem, but rather to provide temporary access to instruction and instructional supports in a manner that is quick to set up and is reliably available during an emergency or crisis. Now, if you look at the highlighted words, they will tell about the features of ERT. So you see temporary, it's alternative, not the regular mode, regular delivery mode. ERT can happen during the crisis circumstances, and ERT involves fully remote teaching. It's not blended or something like that. It is fully remote teaching, but the normalcy, with the return of normalcy, the education system will also get back to normalcy. Uh, then the temporary access to instruction or instructional supports, uh, but without affecting the actual already set up educational system, and they're calling it educational ecosystem. ERT is very quick to set up, and the most important thing is reliably available. So the availability and the reliability are important issues of ERT. So, but when we looked at the dimensions of online teaching, we found that those dimensions actually require a lot of preparation, which need uh, which needs time. But ERT doesn't give us that kind of time because it is happening in emergency situation. So, and Hodges also go on to argue that sometimes online university course requires 6 to 9 months of preparation from the faculty members, to appear or to be able to conduct the courses. But in the case of EIT, we don't have that kind of luxury. So they highlight that the rapid approach necessary for ERT may diminish the quality of the courses delivered. So if a full course development project can take months when done properly, they need to just get it online is in direct contradiction to the time and effort normally dedicated to developing a quality course. Online courses created in this way should not be mistaken for long-term solutions but accepted as a temporary solution to an immediate problem. So ERT begins with such assumptions that it might not do complete justice or it might not ensure uh, quality, 100% quality because of time, because of lack of time that they needed to ensure quality. But just to get it online, as it is, in the inverted quotation, inverted comma, ERT is needed so that the educational process is not hampered. So, in a very recent study in 2018, which was done on, uh, you know, on assessing uh, some online courses happening in US, okay, uh, especially with reference to Canvas, which I mentioned a bit earlier. Uh, Baldwin, Ching, and Su basically offered these 12 universal criteria when they thought that they will be looking at online education. So, and many of you, you already know from your experience of listening to the first day of conferences because different speakers actually talked about them. So it's the availability of the objectives and then the navigation issue, learner engagement. Okay, so these are the challenges that they actually talked about, and also the speakers in this conference talked about. Then peer interaction or the sense of community feeling, uh, access to the instructor over phone or email or some other platforms. Uh, so quality of participation, which is very difficult in online modality. Assessment rubric is very important because we are going for alternative assessment in online platforms. So we need to set up a very clearly defined set of rubrics, which will also align with the curriculum objectives or the objectives of the lesson at least, or the course. We also need to ensure that institutional services are provided both to the teachers and the students and other stakeholders of that system. We need to be sensitive to the requirements of physically challenged people, and definitely the overall behavior expectations of all the stakeholders involved need to be stated in the course policies. So these are the 12 universal criteria that Baldwin et al. Actually talk about while they were discussing the evaluation online course evaluation tools in US. Uh, in a very recent study done in China, in fact, Bao basically talks about 5 high impact principles of ERT. Now, the previous one was about online education, but this one is about ERT. And you will see that again, there are overlaps, but there are differences. Now, Bao worked on Peking University in China, and the 5 principles which he mentioned are as follows, like, the relevance between instructional design and student learning, then effective delivery of online instructional information. So delivery means the teacher's intrusion or teaching method, etc. Adequate support provided by the faculty and TAs. High quality participation to improve the breadth and depth of students' learning. And finally, contingency plan. So we are already in some sort of contingency plan, but what if that contingency plan fails if there is some technical issue, network issue, or issues with the system, either from the teacher's end or from the student's end. How do we go about that? So we must have some backup plans to the usual ERT classes. Uh, Bao also mentioned 6 specific instructional strategies, and so their emergency preparedness, and many speakers yesterday actually talked about this thing. Then dividing the teaching content into smaller units suitable for online classes, because it is very difficult to draw their attention for a longer period of time in online modality. So the teaching or the lesson plans needs to be broken down to manageable smaller units of online teaching, emphasizing the use of voice in teaching, because in many cases we see that students switch off their videos because of the bandwidth issue, or their personal preferences, and listen to the voice of the teacher. Even sometimes teachers also do that, but then we need to use our voice as uh, diversely as possible to draw their attention. And Bao is basically suggesting that working with teaching assistants and gain online supports from them. One important point is strengthening students' active learning ability outside of the class. So that's been what students do uh, in other online platforms when they are not in the class, or maybe in their real life. And is there any way to connect this online education to what they are doing? So the teachers need to do a little bit of research on what students are doing. Finally, combining online and offline self-learning effectively. So self-learning means self-reliant learning. So nowadays, the digitally literate learners are well equipped with many ways of learning online. And sometimes it is observed that learners are even more advanced than the teachers. So uh, teachers need to be careful, or need to at least be aware about what the learners are doing, so that those things can be incorporated into the learning. So these are the 6 instructional strategies and 5 principles suggested by Bao, who actually worked on Peking University emergency remote teaching projects. And based on the research, these suggestions came out. So, and you see that these suggestions are more relevant for our situations than the 12 universal principles that Baldwin et al. Talked about. So, from my kind of explanation of how ERT is different from online education, if I now come to define ELT, or how this ELT can have a very broader implication for people who are teaching other languages. I think that this talk can have some significance for listeners from other backgrounds as well. So now I would like to see language teaching as a very defined kind of activity from other kinds of teaching, in the sense that uh, when we are teaching contents, we teach only the content, but when we teach language, we basically teach content and medium, both. So let's say if I teach English, I'm not only teaching the grammar of English, but I am also teaching how the grammar can be used. And it is expected that when I'm teaching grammar of English, I'm teaching that in English. Okay, so I mean, from the teacher's side, it is a double load. From the learner sides also, it is a double load because they have to learn both the content and the medium of instruction together. So I always argue that if someone can teach foreign language effectively, he or she can teach any subject in the world because teaching language is really difficult. And uh, the people in our field already know the difference between learning and acquisition, the terms mentioned by Stephen Krashen. So when we teach in a very regulated environment like classroom in a school, students learn consciously. We teach consciously, and students also learn consciously. But the research in second language acquisition has already proved that learning can be maximized if acquisition friendly environment can be created in learning platforms. So what we mean by acquisition then? So let's say in a very in a very general way, I want to say that acquisition is the process which children follow during learning or during acquiring their first language. I mean, all of us have acquired our mother tongue from the family, from society, without really learning the grammar of that particular language. So a person can be illiterate, but he still can be a native in his or her language. And that is possible because of the acquisition process. Whereas learning is entirely different, and to be able to learn in general understanding, we need to attend the schools and colleges. But anyway, this is a very simplistic way of looking at these terms. The terms can be problematized, but I'm not getting into depth. Uh, this is also possible that we learn in natural setting and acquisition, we acquire language in control setting like classroom. But research has proved that if we can somehow enhance or we can add acquisition related features into the learning process, learners feel comfortable and then they can learn the language, the target language quickly. So in that case, ELT or the significance of ELT is not limited to English language teaching only because English has a very complicated status in India, and as per my understanding goes, English will be a foreign language in some states, will be a second language in some other, and will be a native language in some other states in India. So and officially it's an associate language of India, I think. And the same thing happens to Bangladesh also. Like if you look at the history of Bangladesh, and our chancellor sir mentioned that uh, there were two Pakistans, right? East Pakistan. So and Bangladesh became independent from that condition. But when it was a part of Pakistan, then English was a second language. And even before that, 1947, when it was under the British rulers, even then, English was a second language. But after independence, uh, officially in practice, English became a foreign language. And now, if we look at our social formation, we see that English has got uh, high importance in private sectors, in corporate jobs, in government offices. English is having a secondary status. Though many linguists also are not happy, they argue that English is getting the upper hand even in government offices. So whether English or any other foreign languages, we know that when it is not our mother tongue and when we are teaching a foreign or second language, the process is different. Okay, and there are so many commonalities between English and foreign language when it comes to classroom teaching. So let's say in that sense, the principles and methods that we follow in teaching English, by English we mean that English for non-native speakers here, uh, will also have the similar kind of principles and methods of teaching foreign languages in Indian context or in Bangladeshi context. So that's why I put mother language teaching in red color, and I meant that the methods and approaches of teaching mother tongue is completely different from methods and approaches of teaching second language or foreign language. And the complications involved in teaching second language or foreign language are due to the fact that you need to teach both the content and medium. So these features basically give the English language teachers or any other foreign language teachers uh, the burden of teaching theory and practice together in their language classes. So when we talk about this ELT, we know that we look at the roles of teachers, learners, teaching methods, etc. In a very different way. So and we need to be sensitive because we need to create that acquisition friendly in our classroom, and it's not easy. So I mean traditionally we have a very dominating uh, figure of teacher before us, but now more or less we, whether we like it or not, I mean we like CLT or not, but we basically follow the communicative principles in our language classes, and these principles basically suggest teachers you know for taking up the roles of a facilitator, counselor, guide, uh, sometimes needs analyst, materials developer, assessor, and very recently also the content developer or ICT expert nowadays in this era of, you know, I will say ERT. Okay, so I mean because of ERT, the workload on teachers has increased, in fact, and it has made their life more difficult than before. Uh, the field of language teaching also considers learners in a different way. It is not only the learner is not a very passive recipient in the classroom, a passive recipient of knowledge, or a very obedient participant in the classroom. I mean, only uh, answers the questions when he or she is asked to. It's not like that. In language classes, learners are supposed to be active, okay, uh, autonomous in a very responsible manner. And we need to teach them how to be responsible and how to be autonomous in classrooms. And sometimes they have to be negotiators, and they are allowed to negotiate with the teachers. I mean, language classrooms are more democratized, and the learners are more empowered in language classroom, as these things are assumed in the contemporary language teaching theories. So based on all these things, I mean, there has been evolution in the philosophy of teaching and learning too. I mean, I mean, let's say you know about these theories, behaviorism, innatism, interactionism, etc. And I will not go into the detail because of the time constraint, but uh, I'm saying that our understanding of the teacher's role, learner's role, and our own approach towards teaching uh, also help us with how we are going to teach in the classroom, what kinds of materials we are going to use. By the way, that is another question. Let's say uh, in some institutes, you really do not have the liberty to choose materials because they are already chosen by them. But in some other institutes, let's say teachers need to write the materials or choose from the available resources. So sometimes we choose locally produced materials. Sometimes some institutes have preference for materials produced outside, and all these things are there. And most importantly, the alternative assessment has coming to the has come to the picture when you know uh, this ERT thing came, because many institutes and many teachers started teaching language online according to their capacity. But what after that? I mean, when the course is over, now how to take the test? So how to ensure the validity, reliability, surveillance issues related to the test? And are these test results going to be accepted by the employers, by other educational institutes, or by the society? Now, that is a big question which all of us are now facing during ERT. Now, ELT has these challenges more than other disciplines, in the sense that, you know, in other disciplines, we basically, let's say, leave some handouts, reading materials, ask students in the next class to present their understanding in the next class, and then we can also give our feedback, that is like this. But when it comes to language classrooms, we need to ensure that students are motivated to practice the skills like speaking. We do certain activities in the classrooms like playing language games, simulations, role play, uh, pair work, group work. So in face-to-face classes, these things require trained teacher. But when we are coming to online modality, it is extremely difficult for us to engage learners into all these communicative activities, uh, so that their communicative competence can be enhanced. Different learners are located at different places, and it is also difficult for teachers to follow one particular group at one time. So it's very difficult to keep up their level of motivation and enthusiasm to learn language, because learning the rules of grammar is not only learning a language. Learning language entails learning to use that in their uh, actual life. So to reflect those principles in their linguistic behavior. So these things, actually increase the challenges of language teachers more uh, than the teachers of other disciplines. But uh, definitely, the teachers or the interactive teachers of some other disciplines will have the similar kind of challenges, which I'm talking about in my presentation. So in that sense, my presentation can have some relevance for teachers of any other subjects as well. So I will now go to the scopes at first, and then I will talk about the challenges. Now, when I talk about the scopes, let me clarify again that uh, I'm not talking about the scopes of online university education, okay, but I'm looking at the scenario from the perspective of ERT. So, I mean, emergency remote teaching. And when I look at this ERT thing, and we already know that ERT begins with a set of limitations. So we accept that we will have some limitations because some unexpected thing happened, but we need to act quickly. So that's the point of departure for ERT. So then how can we talk about the scopes of ERT? Let's say uh, it ERT enables us to enables us with emergency crisis management. For example, had there been no online options, what would we do? So whether we are capable of taking classes effectively in online modality during ERT or not is not important. The important thing is we are doing something according to our limited capacity. We are reaching out to the learners. We are keeping them busy. And thus, education, though perhaps not to an expected extent, but to some extent is happening. ERT also offers us, flexibility with space and time. So if it is asynchronous teaching, then learners can have access to the classes anytime. For example, if my classes are recorded and stored in some cloud system or YouTube, then they can listen to it later on. And definitely the learners are not space bound, so they can attend the classes from wherever they are. ERT has also given us the scope to revisit the existing educational practices that we have been doing so far. So, so it has given us a kind of a new lens to look at our own practices in a more critical way. So yesterday in the keynote speech, Professor Sham Menon actually mentioned and suggested classroom-oriented teaching and continuous assessment. So, so ERT has actually brought these issues forth. It is also possible that we connect the world inside the classroom to the world outside the classrooms. So far, uh, as teachers, we have been, focusing on the textbook materials in the classroom, and we hardly addressed what is happening outside the classroom. What are the things the learners are reading outside the textbook? What are the things they are doing when they are not in schools? But during ERT, the line between school and the world outside the school has become blurred. So there was a joke that once upon a time teachers used to say no mobile phone in the classroom, and but now we are taking classes in the mobile phone. Okay, so that's the thing. So I mean ERT has given us a scope to connect the learner's world to the world of education and reduce the gap. So realizing the importance of relating digital literacy to, let's say, every branch of knowledge. Okay, so this is another avenue which ERT has offered before us. For example, emergence of digital humanities. Okay, and School of Social Sciences at VIT. I think is an ideal place because it's the School of Social Sciences, but it's affiliated with Institute of Technology. So the recent uh, subjects like digital humanities might come out of prestigious institutes like VIT. Uh, and we know that today or tomorrow or maybe sometime later, this crisis will be over. There won't be any pandemic, but the knowledge that we already gained, the skills that we already developed, by using these online platforms will stay with us. So, so this is a kind of achievement. So someone was telling that COVID is a blessing in disguise, right? And that is true because Zoom was there, before COVID, but we never used. And COVID will disappear definitely, but our knowledge of using Zoom will, make us more skilled in exploring different ways and means of taking language classes. Suddenly, our world of education became very diverse, and there is a transition from black and white and monotonous classroom where only the teacher's voice was heard to the classroom of polyphonic soundscape and colorful visuals. So now we, instead of using the black and white pages of the books, we are now using colorful materials on the screen. And also there has been a change in our reading habit. For example, the linear experience of reading to that of hyper or intertextual reading. So the challenges, so I think I have 5 or 7 more minutes, right? Yeah, um, so definitely these challenges are very general. I mean, faced by everyone, not only by people in the field of ELT, but also anyone who is using online platforms. So it's the technological and technical support. And I believe that still in India and also in Bangladesh, there are some areas which are not properly covered by mobile networks. Okay. And many learners don't have the affordability to purchase Android phones, another issue. Even everything cannot be done on technological or platforms or online platforms. That is what I mean by affordances. So let's say the emotional relation between the teacher and the students, the affective factors playing a role between them uh, has lessened when it came to online classrooms. So the capacity of both the teachers and students to use these digital platforms, this is also another challenge. Another challenge is, both the parties are completely in the dark about the circumstantial knowledge of the other parties. So I just know that my students are attending my class, but I really don't know where they are or in what conditions. So I can share one experience that one day I came to know that one of my students was sitting on the roof of his tin shed building because he was not getting a proper network. So he had to go to the high place. And he was actually at a very risky place when he was attending my class. I already talked about the affective factors and lack of proximity, which is very important. So we do not understand whether students are really getting our lectures, understanding us. They also cannot convey their messages using gestures or something like that, which is very common in the classrooms, usual classrooms. We often say that blank faces, by looking at students' faces, we understand that who is understanding the lecture or listening to the lecture and who is not. But these elements are absent in online modality. Finally, the quality, and it's a huge thing to talk about quality, but I will just say the main challenge is, does the quality of online class match with the quality of face-to-face class? And we need to do everything that we can do to ensure that the quality of online classes matches as much as with that of the regular classes. So then how do we go about these things? I mean, from these scopes and challenges. So let us talk about this thing. I mean, the universal design for learning guidelines, and which suggests that, you know we need to ensure multiple means of representation when we are taking classes online. So that can be related to flexibility. Then there can be multiple means of expression. So provide learners alternatives for demonstrating what they know. If they want to write, let them write. If they want to speak, let them speak. And then there can be multiple means of engagement. So to tap into learners' interest, offer appropriate challenges and increase motivation, that is learner-centeredness. Okay. So based on all these things, I propose that when we are taking online classes in this emergency remote teaching, without any training for all these things, maybe we can ask ourselves what we are doing, and we can ask these 10 questions to see that whether we are in a position to go for online teaching during crisis periods. First of all, we need to find out whether we are aware of what facilities we have, whether we are aware of our own capacity to deal with the facilities. Are we ready? Are those facilities accessible to me and my students? What is the maximum limit of those digital devices? I mean, what Zoom can do and Google Meet cannot do, or vice versa. And what I want to do and which platform should I be using? We need to look at the equity so that we can ensure social justice to the learners and parents. Quality is the parameter which I have already talked about. So we need to ensure quality as much as we used to do during our face-to-face classes. We have to be very flexible and compromising when it comes to online teaching, compromising both in terms of uh, becoming flexible to learners' limitations and in terms of humanizing education. I'm a bit not talking about compromising on the quality, but compromising on approaches to our understanding and the impact of this education, which is very important, whether education is happening and learners are learning. And finally, impact can also be related to the assessment issues and help us to design our assessment uh, enterprises. And finally, acceptance of the results, both results in the sense of outcome or results in the sense of grade cards or certificates. So students with certificates from these online platforms will be endorsed by the society or not, and what are our thoughts on that. So if we look at our teaching practices from these 10 parameters, maybe they can give us some guideline and help us to find out whether we are on the right track or not. However, these 10 parameters are not exclusive or comprehensive. Uh, I think we are still thinking, all of us, and many more parameters can be added. So with this slide, I would like to end my lecture or talk, and I would like to, request Prajis to continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much, Dr. Mian, for your thought-provoking session. Here, Dr. Mian has extensively spoke about emergency remote teaching and learning. Now, Dr. Mian, we have a couple of questions from the participants. Let me take a few of them. Professor Ranganath Avaru has a few clarifications here. So his first question is, in online education, the question of mentoring the students and inculcating online classroom etiquette how can we do that? Mentoring the students as well as inculcating online classroom etiquette. That is the first question from Ranganath Avaru.
Yeah, so that's a
Apart
very,
from learning, yeah.
very important question. So, because all of us had some sort of, incidental or accidental experiences of going through this. Okay. So I think when we are starting classes with a certain batch, in the very first class, we can explain the online etiquette strategies and give them some relevant handouts so that they can familiarize themselves with the online etiquette things. These are not rocket science, but we need to know these things. Okay, so once we make them aware, I think they will understand and they will follow those things. Mentoring is a difficult thing because mentoring requires a process. So mentoring what? I mean, mentoring these etiquette issues or mentoring the things that we are teaching. So if it is mentoring the etiquette issues, then perhaps we need to follow what we teach and preach as teachers. So if I do not expect my learners to talk by unmuting their phone, as a teacher, I am not supposed to do that also. But if by mentoring, I mean that, let's say, uh, I'm guiding them with some specific field of knowledge, then probably I need to give them some tasks, reading tasks or writing tasks, and I need to also make them aware about the deadlines and follow them regularly. So the usual processes that we do in our classrooms. In that sense, mentoring is slightly easy because you know that even before ERT, many supervisors basically give their comments on the write-ups, students writing through the Google Doc or Gmail, etc. So mentoring has been there in the form of written feedback or sometimes oral feedback. So, so that's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you for your information, sir. So another question from Dr. Vijayalashmi is from VIT. Her question is, do you think there has been a dilution in the delivery of courses because of this crisis, because of this pandemic crisis? Do we have
Yes,
a dilution in the delivery of
yes,
courses?
definitely. There has been a kind of uh, you know dilution, but I think this is inadvertent because it was not intended. Okay, but it is not that we the teachers are neglecting our responsibility. It's not like that. It is that we none of us was ready for the pandemic situation, but we had to do. We had to keep it going. So what happened is we started from zero, but we are doing and going through the process of trial and error, and we are learning at the same time. So in that sense, the quality of education is slightly affected, definitely. But if the situation persists, I think the teachers will be more experienced and will do better. They
Okay.
are already doing better. Yeah.
So we have two more questions. One is from Dr. Jobin from VIT. His question is, how useful is the model of first language acquisition for second language learning in the context of virtual learning? The model of first language acquisition for second language learning in this context. Which,
No, I think the model of first language learning is very important when we are going to teach uh, second language. But in the case of virtual platform, I already mentioned that it's a challenge for the teachers to ensure the acquisition of friendly elements in the classroom. So let's say, how do you make them more comfortable in online classroom? If some learner is an introverted learner, how do you make him extroverted without explicitly asking him to ask some questions? Okay, but in the real classrooms, we know that we can actually tag that learner with a more extrovert participant, and we can do that. But I think all of you had the same experience that in online classes, students is hardly want to talk or ask questions. In fact, you need to make repeated requests. Any questions, please, something like that. And after trying so many times, they come. So the model of L1 acquisition is important but difficult to implement in virtual classes, as far as my experience goes.
All right. Thank you, sir. So we have two more questions. Both the questions are closely related. One is from Professor Xavier, and another one is from Professor Radhakrishnan. From Xavier, his question is: do you think that the sophistication in learning remotely in online classroom will affect the move towards physical classrooms once we resume our normal life? Once again, do you think that the sophistication in learning remotely in online classrooms will affect the move towards physical classrooms once we resume the normal life? And the second question is from Professor Radhakrishnan. His simple question is: do we revert to traditional methods in future at any point?
Both these questions are relevant. Okay. Regarding the first question, I will say that this question is slightly political because, you know, you look at the tradition, you look at the virtual classroom as a more sophisticated way of taking classes. But I do not know why you don't think that the traditional way of classroom is also a sophisticated one. So I do not know the reason for this thing. As a teacher, I myself feel more comfortable by taking classes face to face, and I find the regular method of taking classes more sophisticated. Okay, so this is a political question, and all of us can have our own understanding regarding the practices. But for the second question, whether we shall get back to the traditional approaches, I believe definitely we will get back to the traditional approaches of teaching face to face. But the changes that is going to happen is, probably sometimes we are going to use uh, blended learning in our classes. Now, let's say, basically we got some lesson from these things. Let's say, yes, uh, online education is sometimes expensive, but when you are in the university, you don't have to pay for data, right? Because all the students and the teachers have access to the Wi-Fi password. So let's say sometimes we need to have 30 or 50 pages photocopied, and a huge amount of cost is involved. But now that I know that yes, all the students have accessible mobile phones with Wi-Fi access. So what I can do is maybe I can use these devices instead of delivering the photocopy materials. I can send them the PDF. I can actually use the PDF in the classroom, and the students can also look at them from their inside the classroom, and the students who are not in the classroom can also access those things. Maybe stuck in traffic jam, or maybe was not feeling well, so decided to attend the classes from home. Is that possible? And yes, it is possible. Okay, we can do that. Even as a teacher, let's say I got stuck in some family business, or I'm not really feeling very well, and it's a 50-kilometer commuting from my home to the campus. So maybe I am asking my departmental head to allow me to take the class from my home because I am not feeling well. So I'm not coming to the campus, but I am still not depriving my students. So these are the changes that might happen after the pandemic. If the teachers, students, parents, and the institutes are flexible, but there is no alternative to face-to-face class.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable remarks. Ma'am, Rukmini, ma'am, or Ajish, do we have more time to go ahead with a few more questions, or shall we wind up the session?
Yes, sir. You can go up with one or two questions.
Okay. There is a question from Father Joseph Kamalesh. His question is, apart from all the inconveniences faced during these online courses, is there anything new or positive that has emerged in online virtual learning? Apart from all these inconveniences faced, is there anything new that has emerged?
Yeah, I think many things actually emerged. I mean, uh, let's say online education has automatically, effortlessly, kind of forced all of us to become digitally literate. And you know that digital literacy is one of the requirements of 21st century skills. So before this thing happening, many students from diverse departments, especially from the field of humanities, were hardly aware about the uh, possibility of connecting their field of study to technology. But now I think they see the possibilities and also the future implications. And if you look at the school children, for example, my kid, who is only 4 year old, is attending classes on Zoom, Google Classroom, and Google Meet from home, and he already knows how to operate these things. So had this thing not been here, we would have hardly taught them how to operate all these things. Now, these are the tremendous possibilities that we see uh, by our exposure to online facilities in conducting classes. Could I
So,
answer the question? I'm not sure.
to a great extent. Sir, the final question, the last question to you, it's again by Ranganath Avaru. His question is, the time of role plays and pair and group activities may not be possible in virtual mode. So the group activities, role plays, and pair activities, these things are not quite possible in virtual classrooms. Do we have any alternatives for that?
No, not possible, not really like that. It's possible, but we need to choose appropriate uh, devices for that. Okay, so uh, let's say in Zoom, I think you know that there is one option called breakout. So you can break out your classroom. So if you have 40 students, you can break out the classroom into 4 rooms of 10 students, so it's suitable for group work. Or maybe you can have, you can customize the rooms, so you can have 10 rooms, and in each of the room there can be 4 students, so the teacher can actually uh, enter different rooms during different times, and all these students belonging to each of the rooms can be given a different kind of works which they can do, and they can uh, later on, when you withdraw the breakout, they can present before the class. If you think about the asynchronous ways, it is also possible. Let's say uh, you give them homework in the form of pair work, and you ask them that you get it done on Zoom platform, record it, and upload it. So they can do the pair work later on, and they can upload in the classroom. So that is also possible. So I already said that these issues come under the technological affordances. that how much uh, opportunities a particular technological platform offers you, and you need to explore and update yourself. So nowadays, every day, some new platforms are coming into the scenario. Okay, so if you are choosing for a particular benefit, you need to be on the lookout. But at the same time, let me also warn you and all of us that there is no point in learning all the uh, technological devices one after another. It is better to be proficient with two or three which you know very well, and to maximize its use for your learners. So that is rather a better way. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to take this opportunity to place on record our hearty thanks to Dr. Mian for your wonderful session. It has enriched our minds. Now we have more clarity on virtual teaching and learning. I also wish to thank all the valued participants of today's conference for patiently attending this, keeping the festive fervor aside. Now over to Ajish.
Just one second, I would like to thank VIT and especially Dr. Rukmani for inviting me as a plenary speaker here. And I actually visited VIT in 2011 when there was a conference jointly organized by VIT and ELT.
Elta,
Yeah,
yes.
So I was there and I stayed in the hostel. It was a very lovely campus and would like to visit the campus again. And thank you so much for listening to me so patiently, especially on the day of Diwali. Best wishes for all of you.
you're most welcome.
Thank you so much, sir, for that illuminating talk. Your insights into ERT was revelatory, and I'm sure the listeners were greatly benefited by that talk. We are supposed to break for tea at 11, but since we are slightly running behind schedule, and since the plenary speaker for the next session is already waiting, we'll continue the sixth plenary session. The plenary speaker is Dr. Devapriya Basu from IIT Guwahati. She will be talking about the use of digital tools in online classrooms for the students to critically appreciate the text. I now invite Dr. Saroja Ganapati, Assistant Professor, School of Social Science and Languages, VIT, to introduce the speaker and moderate the Q&A session. Over to you. Hello, Saroja ma'am. Try now, ma'am. Try now.
Thanks. I hope I'm audible. Am I audible?
Yes, very much.
Okay.
Yeah, very much.
Good morning. I wish everyone a very happy Diwali. Our next plenary speaker is from IIT Guwahati, Dr. Devapriya Basu. And her talk is titled Screening for Meaning, Teaching Literature Online. Dr. Basu is as I said, is currently Assistant Professor of English at IIT Guwahati. She has a PhD from the Department of English at Jadavpur University on Other Voices, Other Selves, Problems of Identity and Selfhood in Some Women Poets of the English Renaissance, 1560 to 1600. Besides digital humanities and Renaissance, her academic interests include gender and genre, speculative and genre fiction, Bangla literary theory, translation, and textual studies. She has an impressive array of publications among the several international fellowships that she has received. our Renaissance Society of America Scholarship at the Digital Humanities Summer Institute in 2020 at the University of Victoria, Canada, the Moore Institute Fellowship at the University of Galway, Ireland in 2018, the Erasmus Mundus Eminent Postdoctoral Fellowship, University of Amsterdam, and the INLAC's Research Travel Grant at King's College, London. A very warm welcome to Dr. Priya here on this Diwali day. Thank you so much for agreeing to be with us on this day of festivities. And it's over to you now.
Okay.
First, the audience to put their questions in the chat box as the talk goes on.
Hello. Thank you so much, Dr. Ganapathy, for that extremely kind introduction. Really, I'm so glad to be here. Happy Diwali to all of you. And as my predecessor in the plenary session has said, thank you for taking time out on the day of festivities to come and actually listen to us talk. So hopefully you will not go away feeling that this time has been wasted. That would be my hope. And thank you so much, Dr. Rukmini, for honoring me with this invitation. It is a pleasure and an honor. So I am going to talk about teaching literature with digital tools. At the outset, I would like to, sort of make very clear that I am not an ELT expert. I have no expertise in pedagogy apart from, the very basic acquaintance with pedagogy that all teachers must have. So at a theoretical level, I have no expertise in pedagogy. But I have a few observations, and my pretty intense engagement with digital humanities kind of enables me to talk not nonsensically, I hope, about certain issues of teaching and learning. And so I have a PowerPoint presentation, which is just basically a list of links, and I would be very happy to share it with the participants if you want. I will screen share, of course, but other than that, if you wish, I can share my the entire PowerPoint presentation with you. Okay, let me see. So let me try and share my screen. Trying to open the application.
Brightness increase panna.
Is my screen visible?
Yeah, very much.
Okay. Right. So, okay, to the slideshow because I also have something written which I will share. So,
Yeah.
Right. So, shall we do the reading review? Yes. I would like to, in this talk, would like to outline the ways in which we might use digital tools to draw our students deeper into the texts that they must learn to read critically. So the present situation has, of course, forced us to make do, and much of what I'm going to say has been contextualized by my predecessor, and this is absolutely fantastic for me. Thank you so much for raising and resolving many of the issues which will help to sort of put what I am saying into context. Is there a problem? Hello? Am I audible?
Yes, you stopped Vasu, you're very
Oh, okay.
I think there was some background noise.
Oh, okay. I thought somebody was saying something I didn't realize. Yeah.
So sorry for that.
Okay. No. Thank you so much. It's okay. We have been forced to make do, and as anyone who has taken an online class on whatever platform in our country will probably agree, the experience can be very eerily seance-like. So one looks into the abyss, which is also known as the monitor, within which float signs of presence and occasional bursts of a static signal, accidental unmutings happen, and one is left importuning the spirits to respond. Please, does anyone have a question? Please, will you comment on what I am saying? Please, will you come to class having read what I have asked you to read? Please, may we have a discussion? So this is the kind of, you sort of end up, hearing the echoes of your own voice, and it doesn't really make much sense. Questions, and they cannot be answered spontaneously because you have to first unmute yourself. This really cramps people's styles, because sometimes, in the dynamic of the teaching experience, sometimes you might say something inadvertently that is so provocative that even someone who is usually quiet would spontaneously respond. And this is what we miss when that reticent person feels that emotion, that spark, but then thinks twice before unmuting themselves. We miss that energy, that crackling energy, which you can get in a good class interaction. And low bandwidth often means that we cannot see the non-verbal visual cues that are crucial to the teaching response. There's almost nothing left of the energy, as I said, of the classroom, and the possibility of the rare transcendence of an exhilarating interaction. And every teacher has felt one particular class that has gone really well, and you come come out of the class feeling this glow, and you feel how wonderful it is to teach. And hopefully your students also feel that way. But I mean, that's somewhat beside the point. And all of that is reduced to non-existence. But it is nevertheless, I argue, possible to engage our students in reading and interpreting literature in a time of isolation. It is possible to inculcate thoughtful reading practices despite the varied seductions of YouTube. If we allow ourselves, and most of our students, at least I have seen that most students, the Generation X, they learn from YouTube. They prefer the audio podcast format to reading pages after pages of text. It's not inexplicable, but it is maybe not very welcome, perhaps. If we allow ourselves to carefully curate our use of digital tools, and this is the point that I think that the previous discussion raised, Professor Kabir, he addressed this point. Curation is of essence because there is so much available out there. Did I get disconnected?
Yes, ma'am, yes.
Yes, okay. Technology. This is a very nice comment on what we are actually talking about. So I will, move from a general discussion of the entanglements between reading, interpreting, teaching, and learning to specific methods and tools. Just offer a few options which can be explored further and which might be offered because they are offered by digital humanists to enable our students to grow into competent critics of literary texts in spite of non-ideal circumstances. Not only this, I also submit that it might not be amiss to hold on to these hard-won modes of literary engagement so that they can be integrated into offline teaching in order to enrich the pedagogical structure in new and exciting ways in the future. So I would like to offer you an anecdote. In a very approved fashion, I would like to offer an anecdote and a quotation. And this anecdote is about the course that I'm currently teaching. This is something that happened very recently. So this is a course, it's a very ambitious course called Drama from Aristotle to Goethe. So in it, what we do is in one module, we look at history and the development of the Western dramatic canon, the traditions and the theories. And in a different module, we focus on theoretical texts, which is like Aristotle's Poetics, the Natya Shastra, excerpts from the Natya Shastra, and direct engagement with 3 texts, close reading of 3 plays, one from ancient Greece, one from Sanskrit, and one Shakespeare, de Rigueur. So usually the authors and the texts are chosen by the students after they have familiarized themselves with the canon. So they tell me what kind of which playwright they would like to explore, and we take our choices based on that. So I have generally seen that Kalidasa, Sophocles and Shakespeare are the great favorites. So the texts keep changing, but these are mostly the authors that we look at. So this time we have been doing Oedipus Rex, and these 2 girls, so there is the option to do an assignment. Even when we were doing, we do offline, offline teaching, there is an option to do a creative project in the course. So they can choose their medium and they can do whatever they want with whatever they have been acquainted with in the syllabus. So this time, 2 girls, they stopped me after class and they said, ma'am, can we have an idea, and very hesitant. We have an idea and can we discuss this idea with you? And I said, of course, why not? I'm there to talk about it. So what they said was that they wanted to do a sequential graphic art section, a few pages of a comics kind of thing.
If the audience could kindly mute themselves, or Rajesh could do that for us, Because there's a lot of background noise coming from a few
Yeah,
videos.
I have muted.
Okay, thank you. So what they said was, ma'am, we want to do something around Oedipus. And what we were thinking is, we will do a comic in which we will make a list of do's and don'ts. And in that do's and don'ts, it will be an exhortatory thing. So they will give you, so we will give you a list of recommendations to avoid incest. And these would be things like check your partner's ankles well before the wedding. Check your in-laws out in great detail before you marry. So these are the kinds of recommendations that they wanted to illustrate in a comic. And that was their response to Oedipus. But I mean, when they said it, I mean, it's rather the manner than the matter that I want to focus on, because they said, would this be okay? They were anxious about it. Ma'am, would this be okay? Because this is such a great literary text, right? It's so revered. Everybody is, you know, like Oedipus, Greek, tragedy. These are, you know, big words. And so they simply did not have the confidence to actually go out and engage with it. But what they were doing was actually very good literary criticism. They were doing a rewriting of the, I mean, so Sophocles had managed to move these two specimens of Generation Z to the extent that they wanted to rewrite the tragedy, rewrite the story, much as Nahum Tate does for when he turns Lear from a tragedy into a comedy. They are doing the same thing. It's because they are so affected by the story of Oedipus. And they have also identified plot holes, right? So because they are saying, check your partner's ankles well before you marry. So they have identified plot holes. So they are doing valid literary criticism, but they do not have the confidence to do it. And that leaves me thinking about whether we are too controlling in the way in which we you know, deliver the pedagogic experience to our students. So you know, this brings me to the quotation, which I have for you here. It's a pretty common quotation, but it is also very striking, and it's very unusual among Heidegger's in Heidegger's writing, in that it does not make absolute. It does not seem absolutely indecipherable if taken out of context. That is the virtue of this piece also, this quotation, and I promise this is the only quotation that I'm going to sort of offer you. So I was left asking myself, have we failed our students in letting them learn? I'll read the quotation out for you. Teaching is even more difficult, says Heidegger, than learning. And he is writing this during the period when he has been banned from teaching in the University of Freiburg. And, you know, Heidegger is a very fraught figure. So, I mean, there are so many debates about his politics and his ideology. I'm not going to, of course, this is not the time nor the place for getting into that. But this was collected, as you can see, it's a group of lectures which he composed when he was barred from teaching. So he could not teach, and this is what he wrote about teaching. Teaching is even more difficult than learning. We know that, but we rarely think about it. And why is teaching more difficult than learning? Not because the teacher must have a larger store of information and have it always ready. Teaching is more difficult than learning because what teaching calls for is this: to let learn. And this is the formula that is, you know, for people who are thinking in terms of, you know, the philosophy of pedagogy. They are very, very concerned with this idea. They are inspired by this idea that teaching is the ability to let learn. The real teacher, in fact, lets nothing else be learned than learning. His conduct, therefore, often produces the impression that we properly learn nothing from him. if by learning we now suddenly understand merely the procurement of useful information. The teacher is ahead of his apprentices in this alone, that he has still far more to learn than they. He has to learn to let them learn. The teacher must be capable of being more teachable than the apprentices. The teacher is far less assured of his ground than those who learn are of theirs. If the relation between the teacher and the taught is genuine, therefore, there is never a place in it for the authority of the know-it-all or the authoritative sway of the official. It still is an exalted matter, then, to become a teacher, which is something else entirely than becoming a famous professor. So I would like to keep this, in mind when we are talking about, further the tools that I'm going to sort of try and show. A store of information is a click away for us now, of course, and memory and data are externalized as in a pensive, and worldwide crisis has made us doubly dependent on technology. But as Dr. Rukmini reminded us yesterday, Ekalavya learned from his preceptor through his own imagination. For the moment, ignoring the deep discomfort that the rest of the Ekalavya story must inspire in us, we might focus on this point and ask, can our students be encouraged to engage imaginatively, creatively, and in Heideggerian terms, poetically with literary texts? Can we use the bewilderingly massive external storage of information always already presenting itself in our lives to rethink the ontology of teaching? May we use technology to rethink the system and the process? Can we, as readers, make inroads into the way we read? These are questions that have been asked by teachers everywhere, not least in English departments, and there are no dearth of projects positioned at the intersections of literature and technology that seek to explore just such questions. So whether we ask them to analyze electronic novels, or simply Google a topic, we have been using hypertext for some time as part of the way in which we teach our students the business of reading. A website is by nature a hypertext. It connects through hyperlinks its various constitutive elements. These elements are non-hierarchical in their interrelationships, although we might encounter only one of them first. So it's peculiarly democratic format, the format of the website, because there are no hierarchies in the elements that constitute a website. The paths through which we navigate our screen worlds as we browse, search, mine, or as the Kit Marlowe project says, do spelunking for data, create the shape of the text in our imagination. It is significant that websites have sitemaps. The act of what is sometimes called screening tells us, as opposed to reading, tells us a great deal about how we make connections between objects and ideas to generate interpretations and create meaning. George P. Landau is a pioneer digital humanities scholar who is also a Victorian expert in Victorian literature. He has even coined a term for this activity of navigating the lexias, in Barthesian terminology, of an hypertext to construct a reading space within the textual site. Inspired, unsurprisingly, by Barth, he calls the reader who produces linked chunks of non-hierarchized and non-linear text a reader, W-R-E-A-D-E-R. The W of writer and the rest of the reader. So interestingly, you will notice that this coinage is not an audible one. This does not make an auditory distinction because it is necessarily about the visual act of reading or screening. You need your eyes. As literary, or not even audible, not audible, but visual. So as literary scholars and facilitators of critical engagements with literary texts, we are well aware of the critical role played by the act of reading. We also know that reading is an activity. So it is in this intersection of the idea of reading as praxis and the notion of reading as hypertextuality, just the activity of the reader who makes the text as she reads, that scholarly encounters with literature online can begin to accrue signification. These modes of engagement were mostly developed to enrich classroom interaction. And pedagogy is a very big part of digital humanities practice all over the world at the moment. These modes of engagement were mostly developed to enrich classroom interaction, but they gained further interest in an exclusively distanced mode of supervision. However, as noted earlier, careful curation is important. Since every kind of text that does not lend itself to every kind of manipulation. The storage of information is, to say the least, big. It is so big and the material available on any given topic is so vast that it is hopeless to even wish to know the elephant. But it is possible to make our own space within the map, and so we will now try to look at some of the ways in which we can achieve our purpose. I have chosen only a few possibilities, arranging them thematically and building the discussion from those simplest to implement to more complex possibilities. And I'm really very sorry, but this seems to be very, very insistent. Hello. So the tools I discuss, please note, they are freely available. They do not have a steep learning curve, and most of it is, much of it is already familiar to your students. And if possible, I have to do that. So I will open the sites, a few of the sites. Professor Rukmini, could you please tell me till how much time I have? Till when should I need to finish? Oh, excuse me. Rohini, can I call you back? I'm in the middle of something. Okay.
She's supposed to finish 12:15. So
12:15. Half an hour. Okay. Lots of time. Yeah. Thank you so much, because I sort of the schedule got slightly. Because I would have been supposed to finish at 12, so I have 15 minutes more. Okay, yeah, thank you so much. So yeah, so the first thing would be resources, and I have a list of samples of primary text. So this is a kind of an aside, because there is no dearth of freely available versions of canonical texts on the internet. So one of the things that we think about when we think about teaching literature online is, does it mean having access to electronic editions? That is part of it, but that is, of course, not all of it. And what do we mean by electronic editions is also something that perhaps we need to sort of consider here, because all editions are not made the same. So basically, there is actually, in the general sort of Western canonical syllabus that we follow when we are teaching literature, there is an overabundance of this kind of text. And as instructors, we must therefore be just as alert to the quality of the text our students will read. So especially important is translation, and writers whose works have a complex textual history. Shakespeare, for example, who has 16th, 17th century versions of his plays which are widely different from each other. The quarto and the folio version of Lear, for example, or Hamlet's bad quarto. These are celebrated instances of one work having various versions, and therefore we need a standardized version, a teaching version, which takes cognizance of the fact that there is a fraught history of textual transmission happening in the writing of this work. So if we cannot have our students buy an Arden, we might point them to the internet Shakespeare editions published by the University of Victoria. And the internet, I won't open these because it's better to look at the tools instead of the resources. You can have this list of resources if you are interested. I will share the PDF, as I said, with you. The University of Victoria has the Internet Shakespeare, and in the folder, Shakespeare Library also offers very good online texts, electronic editions of the folder editions, but they do not have the textual apparatus, that they do not have the bibliographies, they do not have annotations. So without that, the plain vanilla text might be a little difficult for students to engage with. So the Internet Shakespeare also gives you a lot of related information, a lot of contextual information, a lot of background information about the text that they present on the site. George P. Lando, who is the coiner of the term reader, has a site which is very, very rich again, because it, and maybe I should show you Lando's site. Is my tab visible, or should I change my settings to showing the tab? Is the website I have opened visible, please?
Not visible.
It isn't visible?
No, ma'am.
Ah, okay, okay. So I will try and do this. Okay, I will just share my entire screen and have done with it.
Yes, sir.
Can I stop sharing? Okay, this is the it's still not visible, is it?
No, no, it's not visible.
Okay. It should be visible now.
Yes,
Is it visible?
very much, very much, very much.
Yeah, okay. So yes, my screen is an embarrassment because there are so many tabs open. Please ignore the other tabs and the other windows that are open, because I also have the paper by the side. So this is George P. Lando's Literature and Culture Sites. You can see it has the Victorian Web, which is one of the most useful resources for Victorian studies. And it also has a cyberspace, hypertext and critical theory site. And there's also a very interesting, hobby kind of project that he does, Rhode Island, mythical Rhode Island railroads. I will not, go further into all of these, but just bring you back to other kinds of resources can maybe found in things like the map of London, which is again a very, very interesting project, and it has a lot of information for students to actually use. So this is a map of early modern London, and is comprised of 7 distinct interoperable projects. So it has a digital edition of the 1561 Agus woodcut map of London. It has an encyclopedia of London people, places, topics, and terms. Can you imagine the amount of information that you can have for assignments to contextualize a text? A library of marked up texts rich in London toponyms, an anthology of old spelling and modern editions of all the Elizabethan, Jacobean, and Caroline mayoral shows, a versioned edition of John Stowe's Survey of London, the London Parish Project, and Browsing the Bookstalls of St. Paul's Project by Erica Zimmer, which is forthcoming. So you can see the comprehensiveness of this. And a slightly another kind of, is that not okay? So the poetry blog, the poetry blog is accessible from YouTube, of course, but this is also, they also have a, it's a free, publicly accessible YouTube and podcast teaching channel dedicated to, okay, thank you, dedicated to building social justice coalitions through poetry, arts, and culture studies dialogues. I learned about this from this year's online digital humanities summer institute organized by the University of Victoria in Canada. So it's a very fascinating thing, and I mean, again, I have curated, as I'm saying, I have curated a list of projects that might be useful for your purposes, but the main thing is that one needs to be very judicious in choosing which kind of digital tool suits the kind of projects that we have in mind. This is my project, and for Indian authors, I haven't found any projects like this. This is my project on the examinations of Anne Askew. This is also a digital edition, and it offers you both the examinations of Anne Askew, who was burnt, as you can see in the woodcut, as a heretic after being physically tortured in the Tower of London because of her religious predilections. So this is it. But then there is Bichitra, which offers you and the entire works of Tagore. I haven't found anything that is similar to this kind of work that is being done here. Although there are various, archival digital humanities projects that are happening in India, very, very many of them. So having sort of given you an overview of the kind of work that is possible, this is actually my focus, collaborative reading and annotation. So there are various tools how to do this, but before I move on to the tools, I would like to talk a little bit about feedback from using these tools. So this again is a project that was offered at the. If you can read this, this presentation is called Threads of Learning. How do students use social annotations to construct knowledge? So in this particular exposition, this is, as you can see in the address bar, this is DHSI 2020. It's a conference, it's a colloquium. And one of the things that they got as feedback from, so this project was about trying to see how students respond to online annotations and online collaborative annotations. So they used hypothesis.is, which I'm going to open and show you in a while. But they had 3 courses. There were students from 3 courses. One course had 8 students, which was on gerontology. One course was on gender and women's studies, which had around 26 participants. And the last course was on education. And that also had 26 to 28 students in it. So these students were asked to use hypothesis to comment on texts that are uploaded by the teacher. So if we are thinking in terms of class interaction, the way we usually do it is we introduce a text in class, or it could be a primary text or a secondary text. We ask our students to read those texts, on their own, and then sort of come and have a discussion. That is the method that we usually follow, and this is the method that we have seen that does not engage everybody all the time. And many students do not even come prepared to class, having read the assigned readings. So what this offers is that you put up an accessible amount of text, you upload as the instructor, you upload an essay or a short story or a chapter of a novel, you upload that in the space on the platform, and your students simply make accounts, just as they would do. They would make their Gmail accounts, they would make their Facebook accounts. This is exactly what they do. So these students were asked to make accounts and go and annotate. Of course, the annotations had weightage. So there was some weightage of the assignment given to the quality of the annotations and some given to the quantity of the annotation. And the, as you can see, this I found to be a very poignant sort of response. It was, someone says, I was happy to hear that I was not alone and had more confidence in sharing my opinions. This is what happened after they did the experiment and they had the the entire course was done in this way. These 3 courses were done in this way. And you can take a look at the kind of commentary that students have made. There is also, this is the gerontology course. There is also evidence, however, for the contrasting hypothesis that women were more affected than men by their exposure to the traumatic events. And someone says, I wonder if gender roles or stereotypes play a factor in this finding. For example, males may not express or talk about their experiences as much as women. So this is an insightful observation, which someone who can actually go and write about that text, and we as instructors would validate, how insightful or how perceptive this is, and this can also, enable our students to think more independently and gain more confidence in their thought instead of just sitting back waiting for a lot of hand-holding, which is unfortunately something that happens in many times. So if we have access to high quality primary materials, then do not ask astronomical subscription fees. And that this is important because subscription fees are sometimes prohibitive. The Oxford English Dictionary Online, no institution in India can afford it. We have tried and our institution definitely cannot. So what are the modes of praxis that we might ask our students to initiate? It will not come as a surprise, I'm sure, if I privilege the activity of editing and annotating texts. This is the act that is almost exclusively constitutive of hermeneutic engagement, and meaning making is what our students must do. So this is, of course, based on hypothesis, but we can begin with something as simple as social media. And social media is something that everybody does, and it is not, increasing social isolation in Western societies, even before the pandemic watershed, had been leading to the conceptualization of a model of interpretation that is collaborative. And public engagement is a very big thing in the humanities at the moment, even and before the pandemic. Social media, after all, is not a pandemic creation, and social media can be used very effectively to initiate collaborative interpretation. And you will notice that I'm not talking about learning management systems such as Canvas or Teams, or in India we have a homegrown startup called Code Tantra, which are perfectly, Code Tantra is very interesting because they allow you to make assignments in which the student can submit their assignment as an audio or a video. So this helps students with accessibility issues. This is something that we generally tend to, overlook when we are doing this, all visual kind of thing. We generally overlook this, but Code Tantra is very interesting in that they allow upload of video and audio files as submissions, as valid submissions, which are integrated into the proctoring platform. By simply shifting the quality of a post, literary discussions may be easily initiated on Facebook or Instagram, and the easiest means of editing and annotating on the internet using the very familiar is to write or edit Wikipedia entries, right, in one's mother language, if available, or in English. So we can ask our students to use their reading to write good quality entries, and this will also help them to understand what is good quality. This process is likely to help them become informed users of Wikipedia, since only by doing a good entry, supervised by the instructor and ratified or criticized by the great general public, can one begin to recognize one. I mean, even if we do not think about Wikipedia, and Wikipedia is it's a huge, massive thing. You can have collaboration, and this is these are a few options for annotating and editing. So the slide, as I showed you, it does show you these things, and we will take a quick look at hypothesis.is. Right. So this is what they say. Are you interested in increasing student engagement, expanding reading comprehension, and building critical thinking and community in classes? Collaborative annotation makes reading active, visible, and social, enabling students to engage with their text, teachers, ideas, and each other in deeper, more meaningful ways. So what you do is you log in, and it's easy as 1, 2, 3. So you can annotate the web with anyone, anywhere. So this is what the mission is. You're on a mission to bring an open conversation over the whole web. Use Hypothesis right now to hold discussions, read socially, organize your research, and take personal notes. So, I mean, this is for, you can see how this works. They have tutorials, very easy. This is just like no learning curve, as I said, at all. Very, very easy to just open an account like we do in Wikipedia, like we can do in any other platform or blogs, for example. Perusall is very similar. They also have a slideshow in which they show you, they have a video, and academic work has been done on Perusall. So they also have a link of scholarly articles that discuss Perusall. Recogito is a combinatory kind of application. Again, you just, this is a quick 10-minute tutorial. Okay. So what you can do is you can upload text and images. Sometimes when we are teaching our students to read a text, we often use images, right? We give them images and show them how images should be read. For example, in making them understand, since I'm a Renaissance person, this is the example that comes very naturally to me. I can also think of that very iconic romantic this painting of this man on the edge of a cliff, which is like the iconic image for the romantic period. I mean, the birth of Venus, for example. So if we can have the birth of Venus, if we upload, say, for example, the birth of Venus, a good quality reproduction of the birth of Venus in Recogito, then our students can actually come and annotate. How can they annotate? They can, so you can upload a document, then it can be a normal file. I mean, it can be a text document or it can be an image document, and you can create annotations. So this is a way in which you can make hermeneutic or semantic annotations of the text that you upload or the image that you upload. And the image that you upload can also be a map. And this is the overlap between mapping and annotation that happens. You see that there is a screen grab here. This shows you very quickly how you can Napoli is there on the text, and then you just you can use a tilted box to annotate it. Similarly, so I will move on to the next part, which is websites. And websites are, of course, almost the no-brainer aspect of online thing. This is the project that I'm going to spend a little. Do I have 5 more minutes? Yes. So I will spend a little more time on this, but I urge you to look at Hedo the Police, for example, which uses the various voices in T.S. Eliot's poem in the Wasteland, and they sort of pit computers against students. So they say students have identified these voices, and the algorithm has identified these voices, and that's how they sort of do it. It's a very interesting project. I'm not saying this is something that all of us would be able to do or would be even interested in doing, but the Kit Marlowe project is actually made by undergraduates. It's curated by the instructor of the course, of course, but it is made by undergraduates, and it offers really good quality resources, and also allows the space for more kinds of assignments and engagements and evaluations that that are really possible. So if you look at Kit Marlowe, okay, again, can't look at Kit Marlowe like that. This is very good search parameters, because the second thing you get in the Google search is the Kit Marlowe project. Right, so they have an encyclopedia, they have a bibliography in which they have conspiracy theories, they have an about, they have teaching resources. And the teaching resources are very, very interesting assignments. This is what I want to focus on, because this, I think, would be the most useful for people who are trying to teach literature online. So all of this website is generated, the data that is present in the website is generated out of assignments. So every bit of labor that goes into this website is student labor, and it is rewarded through credits. So this sort of takes away the problem of student engagement, because you are giving your students the freedom to go out and look at various resources and come back with a proper understanding of what you are thinking is important in the sense of what you are studying. They also have the commonplace book. Where is the commonplace book? So not the web, not transcribing, probably here. Contribute to the KMP site. So these are the ways in which students can contribute to the site. And this is, you can see 186, this is an assignment, contribute to the Kit Marlowe project site. So students work in pairs or groups of 3 to 4 to complete one of the following assignment options. And these are the options. These are the various ways in which they can engage with this blog, engage with this mini archive, as it were, which provides resources on one canonical author. So curate an online collection of available full text editions of 186. Each edition will be a separate post with a separate featured image, whatever. Transcribe, second is transcribe, annotate, and edit one scene of the text according to established editorial principles. And this is the role of the instructor. She will obtain EBO scans for you, and you may use my facsimile of the first folio in class. You must include a rationale for your decision-making processes, just like our early class assignments. Develop a thought-provoking game or a quiz that will help site users learn about the War of Roses, the Lancaster and York family trees, the French and English factions, etc. Revisit our last assignment and offer a reading to counter one of SparkNotes or Schmoop's character analysis. So this I really love. As I said, I mean, this the spelunking image is also something that this particular person talks about. I'm sure we all know what spelunking is. diving into caves for a hobby. So we are diving into, you know, the dark caves of data as a hobby, just to make sense of what is happening. And so this is absolutely fantastic in pedagogical terms, I think, because SparkNote or Shmoop, I mean, how many times have we complained that students only go to Shmoop and they just, you know, mindlessly copy from what Shmoop is saying, and or what SparkNotes is saying, and we do not want them to do that. So this is a fantastic, brilliant way of making students engage with a character assessment in Shmoop or SparkNotes, and then ask them to provide a counter argument, provide a counter sketch of a character, for example. Conduct original research and write up a literature review of current scholarship. Curate a collection of available, even if one must pay, performances of the play. For each performance, please write a short review and explain to users whether the performance has been designed for the stage or screen. Contribute a summary of the compositional and collaborative history of 186 that includes discussion, etc. And of course, come up with your own idea, but run it by me first, which is always a good idea, as we know. You know, we know that. So there are a couple more tools which I hope you will, but these are slightly more specialized, which is why I am not, you know, spending more time doing that. Because if you are interested to see how words, if you want your students also to see how you know, words are scattered within the text, then you know, like an X-ray into the text, then Wordle is a very good application which makes word clouds. So and it gives very startling insights sometimes. So if you just you know, if you put a very familiar text into it, and then you just ask Wordle to filter out the very common words like conjunctions and you know, prepositions and articles, then what you are left with can be really very startling, because you can sometimes see that the story maybe uses one word which is like in very big bold, which comes up in a word cloud in very big bold letters, and you weren't expecting that to be the case. Some very unusual word or surprising word might come up as being used the most number of times. But this is a slightly more specialized kind of engagement. Voyant also does that, but Voyant you know, does it in a very great detailed manner, because it shows you percentages of matches and weightage of the words. So it's more techy. So if you are inclined that way, I strongly urge you to check these two out. Again, no, you do not need to know coding. You do not need to know any kind of you know, computer. You do not need to know computers. You just need to be able to use a mouse, or maybe just click on your phone, and that's it. And you must have a text, of course. You must have text, because everything that I have talked about deals with text. So so I will stop sharing now, and I will, as I said, share the PDF. So I will end this discussion by making one more point. As I hope to have shown, understanding through doing is the best way that we can let our students learn learning. But labor can only be productive and excellent if it is incentivized through wages. The model of instruction very handily, this kind of you know, instruction, very handily combines learning and evaluation in a seamless process, without the stress of examination and the anxieties of plagiarism. It is almost impossible to plagiarize if you are annotating. It is almost impossible to you know, do that. You cannot you know, copy paste feedback. It's most of the time you are bound to, especially if you know, the feedback is given weighted, the quality of the feedback is given weighted, then you avoid the pitfalls of plagiarism to a large extent. And you know, and if students are writing blog posts and if students are making small websites revolving around their courses, then much of the work by definition has to be original. Plagiarism can really not be a factor here. So, so by making us participants in the process of interpretation, these tools ask us to take a fresh look at our material and to express our insights in non-traditional ways. And through a shifting perspective, the process of instruction, I hope, can grow creatively challenging for both student and facilitator and be sustainable and invigorating, even when the frustrations of physical distance and the inability to look a class in the eye will have happily become a thing of the past. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Devapriya. Could we have your video back on?
Yes, I didn't realize that my video had turned off.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for a presentation so rich in detail, for introducing us to so many possibilities of education using resources, methods, technologies that are already available to us online, and sort of widening the horizons of this ongoing discussion in the conference, so to speak. I think in spite of that caveat at the beginning that you're no expert in ELT, your presentation has more than shown us your expertise in digital humanities as well as pedagogy. We have a couple of questions here. Just read them out. Dr. Vijayalakshmi, our colleague at VIT, asks, how can collaborative reading be used for engineering students as they have a purely technical English course?
Pardon?
How can collaborative reading be used for engineering students as they have a purely technical English course, not really literature oriented?
This is so you see that this is what my entire point was, that I am not talking about a simple factual or information based teaching. I am talking about literature basically. So that is the disclaimer that I have started out with. But I don't think, having said that, I don't really believe that it is impossible to do this either, because students ask questions anyway. Students want clarifications anyway. So, I mean, even if we have, say, a technical manual and we can upload that kind of technical manual, I mean, I do not have personal experience with it, of course, because that is not what I teach. I do not teach language. I teach literature. So, which is why I am simply not qualified to say how language teaching might be helped in this way, and this is what I have taken great pains to sort of and all my disclaimers are sort of revolve around this, that I do not have the experience of teaching language. And I know the challenges for teaching language are very often completely different from the kind of challenges that we face when we teach literature, especially at a distance. But I mean, language teaching has always been very lab-based and always has been a lot of, full of praxis, is my understanding. And I mean, everywhere you see they have a language lab, they don't have a literature lab, do they? So, I mean, I think the concept of doing in the meaning making of not somebody else's ideas, but in the making of, in the articulation of one's own ideas, this is what language teaching, this is where this kind of process can actually help, even in language teaching. Because it is through being able to articulate one's ideas that we also acquire a language. Otherwise, it's very, very difficult. And what kind of language are we teaching our students if we are not teaching them how to articulate complex thoughts, simple thoughts to begin with, but also complex thoughts. I don't know if I have, been able to answer this properly, but I think I can envision spaces in which these tools can be used to even teach language and also technical, matters for STEM students. I mean, I am particularly, I feel myself to be particularly privileged that I am teaching English in an institute, in a STEM institute, and 2 undergraduates, but I am not obliged to teach them language. This is a particular privilege that I have. I mean, I wouldn't have gotten the job otherwise. I would be jobless literally if I did not know how to teach language, and if those were the requirements. But it's really a privilege that I can be in a place in which I am not required to teach the language. We have language instructors. We have specialists who take care of that aspect, of course. But our undergraduates come to us for other kinds of things.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Devapriya Bose, for your erudition in digital humanities is very commendable, and it is being very heavy. That I think I penalized you by asking you to compress the whole thing in into into a 1 hour session. I think whatever you have presented, the multiple digital sites are very much enlightening, and I am very confident that it can be used in a language class as well. So,
yes.
But
that is my suspicion too.
Yeah, it can be. Only thing is that the misconception that language doesn't have anything to do with literature background.
Exactly.
And literature has nothing to do with the language background. I think once we erase this kind of a misconception especially in a Indian background, I feel very sorry being an Indian. For example, when we say word and the meaning goes together, they are complementary to each other.
Exactly. Exactly.
Only when the word and the meaning is there, then it is a complete, then it is complete. So
yes,
they both are complementary to each other. But birds of the same feather flock together, we have been, reiterating and crying hue and cry from the literature background people, stating that don't disown us. We are you are we. Without
yes,
you are
exactly.
without you we are not there, and without me you are not there. So this is a cry, and I don't know when we are, and this is not a competition as well, because
exactly, it's not a competition.
Yeah, it is it is integrated. We are not understanding.
Absolutely.
Actually, we are not understanding who we are. That is embedded in us. Only thing it is to unveil. It is already manifested in us, like Vivekananda saying that education is the manifestation of perfection already in man. So education is nothing away from us. It is somewhere I need to go and get it. Yes, it is within me. It is for me to unveil or wait. So we are all in ignorance. But sorry for troubling you to put the whole thing compressed in one.
I haven't, and I was forced to leave out a few things also because I was running out of time.
In 1 hour, you have done a lot of hard work, spade work. Behind that, I can sorry for that, but yes, I think one day you'll be given a 1 day or 2 day workshop on digital humanities where you can educate us elaborating from the scratch.
Please don't say educate. I do not wish to educate. I just want to acquaint you with the possibilities.
As far as the country's literacy regarding the digital humanities goes, still we are, it's illiterated.
Yes.
Yeah. So from that
awareness is a little
exactly
less. That is, you're right.
Yeah. So from that angle, I meant, not from the other way around. So that's what. So thank you very much. For educating us.
I'm trying to share the PDF in the chat box, but it is probably not possible. How do I share the? Can I WhatsApp you the PDF
Sure.
I will do that.
I do that. And that too on a Diwali day to trouble you, extremely sorry.
No, it's no trouble at all. I should thank you because it's been a great honor, and I've really enjoyed doing this. Also, I hope I haven't. You don't go away, as I said, feeling that I've thoroughly wasted your time. I hope that would not
Since
be.
yesterday, I developed a kind of a guilty, within me, stating that I am disturbing everyone's, enjoyment as far as Diwali is concerned. But okay, happened is happened. So let us go
Yes.
ahead. So thank you very much. And I think
Thank you so much.
Dr. Saroja Ganapati would like to ask something, or would you like to
There's
intervene?
one more question here. I'm not really sure how fair it is to ask this question. But nonetheless, today is World Diabetes Day. Online classes affect physical education, which affects health in the long run. How do you address this question?
I don't think it is an unfair question at all. I think it is very, very pertinent, and as I said, which is why I talked about code tantra a little bit, because these other abled kinds of individuals and personalities, they sort of fall through the cracks of any kind of policy making that one must put into place, especially if it's on an emergency basis. Then it's always not possible to look at every kind of demographic, and obviously life is unfair. I mean, we know that. So and part of our part of the work we do is sort of try to redress those disbalances, and try to sort of in whatever way possible, we try to sort of address those, at least acknowledge those, even if we do not have the agency to do anything about it. The least we can do is to actually talk about it. So this is not unfair at all. At least even by articulating this issue, talking about this, it makes some difference, is what I would like to hope. But I mean, it makes some sense. So yes, I mean, this kind of my very informal and personal opinion-based take on this would be that yes, it is unfair. It is very unfair to people who are differently abled. This sort of this mode of instruction, this kind of doing our work sitting in front of computer screens. I mean, screening all the time, and we are surrounded by screens ever more. But then, I mean, it seems as if our life is nothing but screens now. You're either on Netflix, or you're on YouTube, or you're in a meeting and you're simultaneously cooking. So you are in a meeting, but you're also feeding your child. You're in a meeting, but you're also cooking. You're looking after the family. Especially, this is I mean, I know that there has been a survey in which working women have. About on working women during the lockdown, and most women have said that it is a greater burden on them, because the expectations, the family expectations from them are not, they don't diminish at all. I mean, again, I am privileged because I live alone, but I can totally imagine people who would have in-laws, and many of my colleagues do. They have in-laws, they have children, they have partners, spouses, and they have many other dependents who are not only physically but also emotionally dependent on them. So you are always constantly having to give care, and also then going back to the computer screen, and you are basically tied to through the umbilical cord to the screen all the time. But then you have also other sort of demands that are being made on you. How do you manage to do that, especially for people like diabetics? And I have very, very close knowledge of diabetics, because both my parents were diabetics, very high diabetics, and also my partner is also diabetic, so I know what happens with diabetics. But having said that, it's very unhealthy, of course. Of course, the online thing that we are doing now is very, very unhealthy. But having said that, I have also seen that the lockdown and this kind of working from home situation can also generate some kind of awareness about the need to, sort of do something. Because I will give you, as I said, this is not a survey or a study, or this is just my personal experience. And from this personal experience, I can tell you, my partner, who would go to office in the morning and come back exhausted, absolutely mentally exhausted in the evening, would have no energy to do anything at all while he was going to office and coming back due to the daily commute. Now that he is working from home, and he has been working from home for the past, since the lockdown, so their office hasn't opened yet. So he walks around 6 kilometers per day now that he doesn't have to go to office, and his sugar levels are completely under control. So this is also possible. I mean, I think this is, this might be considered oversharing, but I think it does have some sort of, it makes some kind of sense, perhaps, that this is also possible. It is, to take cognizance of the fact that, because probably this online thing exacerbates and exaggerates the entire thing of sitting in front of your screen. It becomes impossible to ignore the fact that you are sitting in front of your screen, which it is sometimes possible to ignore if you are commuting. So if you are sitting all the day, then perhaps at some point of time one can start feeling that I have been sitting the entire day, so maybe I should move a little. And moving is now possible. So yeah, this is totally, off topic.
Thank you so much for that.
Thank you for that response. Yes.
So again, as I said, a very informal response.
I think it's important for us to remember that this might be a period of disruption, upheaval, but it's by no means the apocalypse.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Yes, yes. It's very easy to do the doomsday rhetoric, but difficult to look at the other side and search for other sides. But there might be other sides also.
Ajish, how have you been doing with the time?
Too much screen, yes, leads to eye strain, definitely. So someone has said too much screen leads to eye strain. Yes, but what can we do? I mean, we have to do this. This is our job now.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Vijayalakshmi. I'm really excited that you are going to use the dramatic course.
Disturb the part N, but my idea was to tell you that children are actually children. When you're talking about children are very active, and physically they need to move out. So if you ask them to go on being sedentary, how do you address it? That is my point. I'm talking about a child 15 years less than 15 years. So that situation comes up into focus. I'm sorry.
I wasn't talking about children, actually. I wasn't talking about children because, as you said, activity is not an issue for children, really. Children are always active. The issue is for people like us who are adults and who need to sit in front of screens for hours on it. Yes.
The next plenary session speaker is already waiting, and we are already
yes, of course. Yeah.
I take this opportunity to thank you once more for this very.
Thank you, Dr. Ganapathy. It's lovely meeting you.
Over to you, Ajish. Are we, winding up the session?
Yes. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me. Thanks.
The next speaker is Dr. Ramamohan, Dean, Department of Human Sciences from the Sikkim University. I invite Dr. Srinivasan sir, Associate Professor from the School of Social Sciences and Languages, to introduce the speaker and moderate the session.
Good afternoon to all the delegates. I am pleased to introduce the speaker of this plenary session, Dr. K.R. Ramamohan, an eminent academician and a prolific researcher. Dr. Ramamohan is the head Department of Anthropology and the Dean School of Human Sciences at Sikkim University. With a PhD in anthropology from Andhra University, Dr. Ramamohan has wide international exposure. He has served as faculty member at the London School of Economics, University of London in Singapore, the Asmara University, Eritrea, Africa. He also served as the visiting faculty at Brigham Young University and Florida Technical College, USA. Dr. Ramamohan has to his credit several research articles published in leading national and international peer-reviewed high-impact journals. Besides his contribution to academics and research, he serves as a consultant to various government and private organizations. Professor Ramamohan has been guiding research scholars for PhD and MPhil degrees. He has published a book, The Tribes of Sikkim. He has carried out major and minor research projects funded by UGC and ICSSR, in addition to a myriad of consultancy projects. Professor Ramamohan has conducted and attended several value addition certificate courses. He has been invited as an expert speaker in many conferences and seminars like the one today. It's an honor to have Professor Ramamohan in our midst. May I now invite Professor Dr. Ramamohan to begin the session. Over to you, Professor.
So good afternoon, all of you. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for sharing some of my experiences in this very unique and very insightful two-day virtual conference on the online teaching learning practices, particularly the English language and literature education. So I've been hearing the previous speaker who solely focused on the various aspects of the teaching of literature, especially English literature. Now that I'm not a literature man, but of course my bachelor's degree was in literature. Still, I would like to share some of the pertinent issues that we are confronting, the delivery of various courses, science courses, social science courses, and am I audible to all of you?
Yes, Professor, you're audible.
Yes,
Thank you, thank you. So more particularly humanities. So my discussion today is different with what the previous speaker, Professor Devapriya Bose, has focused entirely on the various mechanisms of delivery of English literature to the students of at a tertiary level. But my concerns is more general across all disciplines, particularly social sciences and humanities. So perhaps you would like to take me and deviate with all the yesterday's and today's speakers who are more on the particular issues that how to deal with the students of English language literature through online mode or whatever virtual modes that we have been discussing so far. Well, today we are at a stage that where all over the world, which is looking towards the delivery of teaching learning, starting from the kindergarten to the research level, so at university levels and beyond. And India is, we are in a situation where at a crossroads, whether one foot there and one foot back. And it's been a challenging situation for the entire nations that how to go about these online virtual modes of teaching learning process, more so at the higher education institutions. So we all know the technical glitches that have been taking place over a period of 6 months. When it all started sometime back in the first week of April, and some institutions are well equipped, some institutions lagging behind, some institutions are trying to really understand what is going on. And we have a diversity of universities across India, state to central, central to autonomous, autonomous to tribal, whatever universities, minority institutions, and everybody is grappling with this situation of how to go about this teaching learning process at a virtual level or online. So I'm more interested in from a human sciences perspective that it could be of any subject. It's not literature or social sciences per se, or even subjects like music and dance. What is that is happening in my university, in Sikkim University in Gangtok. So we don't have a campus here, but still we are working in rented buildings, and we have small spaces, and suddenly there is a situation that we have to deliver the classes through virtual media, through online. First of all, teachers are not well equipped to how to teach these courses to the students through online. There's completely completely blank. They're completely with the traditional mode of teaching for long years, and suddenly you say that you teach them in this mode, and they do not know what is it all about. This is one challenging issue. Neither the students who are also perplexed to suddenly there is a shift to to get into this mode of learning process. So I'm more worried what are the nuances of these teaching learning process at a tertiary level, more so at the universities, and I'm more interested in how to come out to find out certain alternatives to this mode of delivery, which has been in thing now, which is becoming the new normal, or becoming normal in the universities at large. Well, my experiences goes back when I got a student's feedback when I was teaching for London School of Economics at Singapore campus. They used to record my way back in 2003, altogether 17 years ago. They used to record my lectures in the cassette, video cassette mode, and they used to store these cassettes in the library. Those students who miss these classes, physical classes, they come next day and take out these video cassettes, go back home, put these video cassettes in their home and watch the lecture. So that was the first experience, my overseas experience for London School of Economics. I asked those students what was their experience, what was the difference between my personal teaching, teaching learning process in a physical classroom, in a face-to-face situation, and watching my video lecture in a video. So I got a very interesting responses then. So I was so exposed. Then I thought that I had an idea. Perhaps this was a starting, like, sometime in future, students might be taking some of their courses through this mode, where you have a teaching, you have a package and you deliver to them. And my also training in the when I was teaching for Grand Canyon University, completely online courses for almost like 8-9 years. There was a complete online degree programs in some of the universities in the US, and I was engaged for one university. We had given a specific training how to deal these uh, online courses for the students who opt for working people, for mothers, people who are working in various capacities. They can't afford to come to university physically to attend the classes, but to take an online degree programs. And online degree programs have a different entire setup of teaching, learning, and delivery mechanisms, right from teaching, taking the assignments, and even the examination pattern. How do you evaluate them? So this range of issues, we have been trained by the university administrative authorities. Well, this is the set of students, and these are their learning needs. These are their educational needs. They want a degree, but in this mode. But this mode should not be like, just give them a degree like that. It should be effective also. It should be not less than the kind of online teaching that taking place in a regular educational pattern. So we have given a week training that how to deal these courses. What are the issues that you confront when you teach these courses? But again, there was a less of direct video lecturing, but again there was some kind of recorded lessons which are being delivered. And again, I came back to this UGC MHRD e-Patashala way of learning, teaching. My lectures all there, almost like 50 to 60 lectures in anthropology courses are there in the UGC MHRD e-Patashala courses, where they recorded all my anthropological theories, Indian anthropology, all other courses, core courses, and they have a content of both the text and the video lessons, and they have multiple choice questions. So there are 4 modules, which it all started the e-Patashala, that means the electronic Patashala, which was a very good initiative by the UGC MHRD in the first phase of NDA government, and it was successful. I still today, wherever I go in the universities, students come to me and says, "Sir, we watched your lectures on YouTube. We were very thankful to you that the way that you delivered lectures, 40 minutes lecture for on each topic." So then I could also, come to an understanding that when students get exposed to different kinds of media mechanisms in the concept attainment, perhaps it is helping. But now the situation is that the universities are grappling the issues that how to go about this whole idea of higher education through online mode or the virtual mode. So we all aware of the various problems, issues that are confronted both by the teachers and by the students. So the timings and the cognitive load that students are, how much they can take a cognitive load. For example, in a day, how many video lectures can a student take? What is the capacity that a student can take at one particular day, instead of coming back to the regular mode of teaching? So this is one. It could be of any subject, literature or social sciences, and more challenging with the social sciences, history, sociology, anthropology, political science, where you need to have a complete dialogue. It's not like a passive listening to, when a routine way of listening to a lecture that is being taking place in the video. Now, the whole idea of the pre-COVID situation, the regular mode of learning is the collaborative learning. A student, what I personally psychologically see is that student always observe the other students, how they are listening, how they are talking to the teacher, how they are getting the idea of the content that is being delivered in the classroom, right from kindergarten to the higher learning. Sometimes we look at the other students, the way they are listening, the way they are writing, the way they are taking the concepts. So collaborative learning always takes place in terms of noticing, or it is being taken by observation and by imitation. It's at one point of level. In the absence of collaborative learning in a given classroom, and now there is a complete shift towards learning by isolation. You are at home, the teacher is at home, both are at both are isolated. There is no one common platform. The common platform is in the air, and we have all these technical glitches. But now the challenging question is that how do we come into these issues, and how can we move forward by challenging these issues? Both the teacher and the student are now at a point of resisting this new normal or new ways of teaching learning process. The resistance is there in terms of that, and now there is a challenge from the both the teachers and students to the capacity to enhance this motivation towards teaching and learning. I personally feel that I'm more ease at a natural classroom setting than coming to the camera. This we experimented sometime back 7 years ago, when the university administration wanted to record the actual class teaching, how the professors or the associate professors, lecturers are delivering the classes in all 32 departments at my university, and how students are being there in the classroom. So they sent one the cameraman, and they said that this today's lecture is being recorded. In anthropology, we see the presence of the camera. When there is a presence of the camera, the entire natural behavior has changed. I know I've been exposed in many countries, so I was very normal. But I got the feedback from my other colleagues that they changed their entire normal behavior. There is no naturalness in teaching, because there is somewhere in the nook of the corner, there is a gadget, there is a camera which is recording your lecture, and your entire process has been changed. The same case with the students also. Students are not at ease. They are also conscious because they are being watched by a camera in the classroom. So this gave a new opening up of insights that there is some kind of an atmosphere in the regular classroom teaching. Then there is a change in when there is a presence of the other, or there is something that is going to be recorded or putting up in the public. In that process, then I discussed with the authorities. These are the two different parallels that in a regular classroom teaching and the online teaching, where the lecturer, perhaps in literature class, the movements, the gaits, the pronunciations, the imitation by the teachers, the animation, which is all there in the natural. Perhaps we face the camera and we are more uniform in the way that we have to look at the camera. We have to be careful with our own things, but we are unmindful with these things in a given classroom teaching. So this is one challenging aspects that perhaps all the students and the teachers, faculty members must, to take it as, by default. Maybe in the coming years, this could be a new norm that, it becomes normal that, you have to speak to a camera, imagining that there are 60 students who are there on the screen. This is one challenging aspect. So how do we, so I think the faculty members must, take this as the future of, delivery of the content in their own disciplines. This is one thing. And the second, I think there is one becomes conscious if they are aware. I will get back to that. I'll take that messages I'm getting. I'll definitely will discuss about that. Now Challenges towards this newness is the practical issues, and more so with the psychological aspects of what is this new adaptiveness, both by the teacher and the learner. The new adaptiveness online teaching, that there are both advantages and disadvantages. Advantages in a sense that, in the absence of the campus, which is also a big headache, which is being happening in the US currently, in many European universities, where the students have paid excuse me, just 1 second. Hello. 2:20 है ना, दो बजे है ना? नहीं, वो इंटेल है ना, इंटेल का पास देव है ना, इंटेल का पास आऊँ, इंटेल का पास 2:20 के, हाँ 2:20, ठीक है, थैंक यू. Sorry, I'm so sorry, I just picked up a call. So now the administration is facing lawsuits in the US that they paid a lot of tuition fees, that the course delivery will be taking place in the classroom. And now the university suddenly says that no, the university has been locked down, and you will be taught at home. You go back to the hostel, and you listen to, you open up your mobile or laptop and see. And now students are asking you cut down the fees and give back much of the return. What for we are paying these much of fees? We want a complete face-to-face interaction inside the classroom. If that is the case, we can go back to our own villages in India, and we switch on the camera and we listen. You give back. And universities and students, there is a conflict of interest which is going on in many countries in the world. What for that we paid? Otherwise, you come out and says that next time, the next semester will be entirely on online delivery, and this is the fee structure. This is one practical issue that the higher education institutions are facing in many countries. And today in Sikkim University, we, of course, you're all in your universities, and today we are in a flux. Today we cannot, one foot there, one foot behind. First semester is going to start from Monday onwards. We do not know whether to give, UGC says that you start classes, you open up the universities, let them come to the classroom. And students are in a dilemma whether to sit in the classroom, or the teachers are also in a dilemma whether to give a class, a lecture in the directly, or to come out, or to make it a 50-50. And the science courses, what about the issues with the practicals, the pure sciences, natural sciences? How do we go? Okay, literature is understood, history is understood, social sciences are understood, but how do you deal with the science subjects? Physics, chemistry, botany, zoology, where you need a hands-on training. The practicals, the theory part can be told in online, but you need to have the hands-on experiences. You have to see how it is going on, how you have to do it in the laboratory. This is one biggest issue. As a dean, in my school, we are facing these laboratory issues in anthropology, in psychology, and in geography. We could not do it. We are completely perplexed to how to, somehow we managed and says that, okay, theory part, we will do it. A particular experiment theory, we give it in an online mode, but nobody knows how to do it. You don't have an experience in holding an experiment or conducting an experiment or doing an instrument, how to measure, how to all these things. This is one biggest challenge that is this is there currently we are facing in my university, and I've been grappling with all the heads of the department as a dean. So we are trying to come out with more alternatives, how to go about these laboratory practicals, and more so in your own engineering colleges. I would like to know how the other faculties in the sections of engineering sections would do. Now coming back to again these things, now the biggest issue right now is I'm more critical of monitoring both the teacher and the student. And every week we have a mechanism to get an online class report by the heads of the department. As a dean, I have to collect the online class reports of all the departments and submit to the registrar, and registrar in turn will submit these reports to the UGC MHRD. And they give me emails and says that we have taken these many classes. And what are the issues? Poor internet connectivity, intermittent internet connectivity, electricity issues, technical glitches, sound system is not there, so many and so forth. Now, what is this on the face value we are taking? That, in a week that the teachers have taken this many classes online, any subject, and students are also, we have attended these many classes. Now, how do we know what is the what do you call the efficacy, or in terms of the content delivery which is really taking place? This is one biggest. So there could be perhaps some escaping mechanisms both by the faculty members and the students who got enrolled in these online class delivery systems. This is one issue that we need to think of, and we can come out with some solutions, perhaps in the days to come, in the times to come, how to combat these escape mechanisms that both the teaching learning I would say some, not everyone, but some says that okay, we have taken a class, they do it, and some teachers in some departments, they simply sent some PDF files to emails, and they says that yeah, this is online teaching. We gave them notes, as if they don't have any internet facilities, as if you only have an internet at your home and students do not know how to Google it. And teachers simply give some notes reading, and we say that we are giving reading materials, and we are giving PDF files to them through emails, and we are giving lectures through WhatsApp, we are giving lectures through Google Classroom. But we all know how the Google Classroom works and what are the mechanisms of WhatsApp, and now today we have a Zoom. And but I'm really critical that how the students at large can access these things, and what is the efficacy of these things. Of course, there's two sides of the coin. One side you have a delivery, and one side we are still grappling this situation. I think, but the other part I'm more interested in is the monitoring system, especially the evaluation system. We all conducted rather in these 6 months. We are giving internal assessments, we are giving end-term assessments. To what extent we give a question paper to them and send them to, this also I faced in the US. When we ask for Grand Canyon University, when I'm teaching a sociology courses, and we have an internal exams, and we give a time slot, and they used to press the button. But I was so critical, who is pressing the button? Now, these things are there that really confronting all of us as teachers, as researchers, as practitioners of these teaching learning process. I'm so critical at this point, and we need to have a more research on these things and come out, because this is a starting point in India where we cannot say that the entire higher education is completely digitalized or it is completely online. And I'm so worried what are the infrastructure facilities that all these universities have, and what are the other infrastructural mechanisms for these delivery at in across in the Indian context. Now, people are also asking what is the value for these tuition fees, and what is the value for enrolling in an university if the delivery is completely online. Whether we are complete, and universities are also coming and saying that now this is an online delivery for these things, we don't want to pay much for the faculties, since there is no need to come to the physical campus. And the motivation comes down if a faculty member says that 50% of your remuneration is being down because you are teaching only online. So how do you motivate the students? Then you are half done and says that anyway the university is not paying much, so I will not give my full things to the students, and vice versa. The student will simply switch on, and we do not know in what position he or she is in taking the class. So these are the nuances of these things that are being currently taking place, as I myself, along with you, are also witnessing and experiencing these things in the Indian education system right now. But now, whether we are not very sure whether we to have a mix of these two things. Some things can be done on online, some things we can come back, call them back to the classroom, or some things we can simply say is that, okay, you watch my lectures. I can simply say my students, this semester I'm teaching theories on anthropological theories, and all my anthropological theories of 30 lectures are there in the e-Pathshala. I don't even tell them to that I'll come for a Google Classroom, Google Meet today and day. And then you watch my lectures. That's it. You have any question, you email me. You have any question, you WhatsApp me. So that kind of a situation that we have now, and some teachers are simply get rid of these things. And now again the question of the concept attainment. How do you gauge whether a student has attained any concept when we are teaching, whether it is in literature or in social sciences or humanities or even philosophy? And these courses, more so if it is science courses, we can understand that, okay, you present a model and you background you can explain. But as in the previous speaker I just heard, there are many issues when we are dealing with one author, or when you are dealing with a work of a particular writer. So how do we do these things? I think we need to, in the process, time process, we will be have more clarity, because with these experiences, we corroborate with us, with other members, and we can come to some point of time that, yeah, this is the things that, we can deliver by these issues, and this is how students only get these aspects. So now, coming back to this, how much cognitive load that students can take during online courses when compared to the classroom delivery. So there are still, I think we need more research on this. I am very critical at this point of time. The cognitive aspects taxing a lot compared to the face-to-face interaction. There is a less cognitive load compared to cognitive load here in an online teaching, because the GL for attending a class minimizes when it comes to an online. Coming back to the university, where the portals of the higher learning is missing when you sit back at home, or when you sleep in the bed and switch on your mobile and taking an online class through video mode. I really worried at this point of time as a researcher, as a behavioral uh, discipline I teach, both psychology and anthropology and sociology. What kind of repercussions that will come forward in the times to come, especially in the higher learning situations. Are we ready? Are we fully equipped to take these things in the years to come, or shall we switch back to the old method of teaching learning process, or we should have a mix of these? Some aspects can be here, some aspects can be there, because my colleagues from Department of Music and Department of Music is facing a lot of problems in terms of online. The entire sound is getting changed. The actual sound which is played by the artist and the student learning, and the actual dance performance that is taking place. So how do you deal these things? So they come back to me and says that, we're finding very difficult in teaching a particular raga, or in teaching a particular shruti, or in teaching a particular tune or a flute, or and they says that you perform, you record it and you send it, I will watch it. So that these things are very challenging at both for the teacher and for the student as well, and students across, because ours is a public university, we have diversified students of tribal, minority, students from remote corners, and we have various issues coming and says that our internet packages are exhausted. We have only one mobile phone at home. We have to share we are three in the family, one mobile phone is there. How much we can take the internet package? The university should give more internet packages. And they asked the faculty members, can you give more internet package to my mobile? How much we can take on this, because you are asking us to send the assignments, we have to do on these things, and some students do not have the electronic gadgets like laptops, and they're asking the student university authorities, can you give I'm not talking about the engineering colleges where a section of students will join, but the challenges are more inherent with the physical challenges at public universities like central university, like our universities, where you have a range of students, tribal, rural, semi-urban, urban, all kinds of things. So now we are trying to, and where is the platform? And teachers have their own issues. They says that these things are there. So this is completely different from technical universities like VITs, SMITs, and all these high class infrastructural universities, with the public universities like us. And the delivery mechanisms and the psychological issues and the learning from isolation is the biggest challenge. As a psychologist, I personally feel that students have less impact in learning in isolation rather than in a collaborative learning. So this is where I think we are coming. We are in the process of, I don't say we have begun, but now we are in the process. And this process will give us more alternatives in the times to come, that we can come out with more devices of teaching learning process, and lecturers for the first time in their life, they are facing a camera, they are facing trying to see the students through these things, and there is no blackboard. You have to teach like what I'm teaching, what I'm talking to you now is kind of a new normal which is coming, and we are in the process of adaptation to these ways. Perhaps I'm so hopeful, and I'm so optimistic that we can combat with these challenges in the delivery mechanisms, and I'm very much optimistic and look forward that perhaps India as a knowledge hub, and we are being like expanding our knowledge base in many systems. I think both from the state and the universities and the students will deal with this situation with more ease in the years to come. Of course, we are in the teething problems, that we have all these issues we are confronting, and maybe in the due course of time, I think we can come to a situation where we are more familiar, we are more comfortable, and there are no, overcoming all these disadvantages in these delivery mechanisms. And there, I think a stage will come that, perhaps the effectiveness of a normal classroom can also match with the effectiveness of the entire things which are going at virtual mode. Well, I think I've come to this time. I've been given only up to 1:15, so I would like to stop here more, but I would like to have more if you have any couple of questions that I would like to take. So thank you, and I would like to stop my presentation here.
Thank you very much, Professor, for taking us through the various challenges faced by teachers and students in this new virtual mode of teaching learning. You dwelt upon the human sciences perspective on virtual mode of education, which obviously has far more implications for policymakers, for students, for teachers, for everyone. And you also touched upon the psychological and sociological implications, that is from the student's point of view, from the teacher's point of view, and how it affects the society at large, considering the poor infrastructural facilities that most of the people have. But as it is said, necessity is the mother of invention. So therefore, this pandemic brought us to this situation, and I hope, and as you also rightly pointed out, that we are in the beginning of this movement, and probably a day will come when these things will have to be researched, carefully thought about, and then implemented. in a large scale. There are a couple of questions raised by the members, and I would like to put them out for your consideration, Professor. Yes, it was. Yes, Dr. Radhakrishnan has a question. How do we create a teacher-friendly concept of giving value education in this pandemic situation? So would you like to take that question, Professor?
Yeah, it's a very interesting question. Perhaps this is a subject-specific thinking, the value addition, in a sense that when I was listening, my previous speaker, Professor Devapriya, is speaking on on literature, the delivery of literature, how she has come out various channels of, giving the best to the student from a teacher. But I think this is a subject specific, very value loaded question, which requires a very thoughtful, careful observation from discipline to discipline, I think, because it is completely different from mathematics to literature and literature to philosophy, or philosophy to some kind of other engineering subject. I think it also depends upon how the teacher looks into how best we can deliver a content given the given resources. I leave it to the subject specific teachers, rather than I cannot generalizely and says that in a sweeping statement that this is the value aspects that across all the disciplines. I'm very, I mean, I have my own reservation in that Professor Radhakrishnan has asked it, because I cannot give a general sweeping statement for that.
Thank you, Professor. There's another question. Does reducing the syllabus in view of the less working days during this pandemic make sense? This is from Ranganath Avaru. So how do you look at this, Professor?
Yes, very interesting question. In this 6 months, we had a series of meetings with all the heads of the departments, all the 32 departments. We came to a conclusion that we have to reduce the assignments. We used to give 3 assignments, 3 internal assessments for the students, because it is being taking a overload of the students. So we reduced only to 2. So we reduced to 1, and now we are also coming back to the syllabus in the coming. We have an academic council meeting in the next month. We are also considering whether to reduce the syllabus because vis-a-vis the offline online things. Still, we are getting some inputs from various departments whether to stick on to the same syllabus, or we have to come back to the what you call reducing the syllabus. And again, we are also sporting the idea of that in the physical sciences, in natural sciences, and in human sciences, the laboratory component. And the absence of physical contact from the teacher and the student, how do we go about with these laboratory experiments? So we are also in a process that to chalking out a new syllabus for laboratory to stick on with the theory content and reduce the minimum coming to the laboratory. I think we are in the process of that. I cannot say with full authority that it has to be reduced or it has to be done. We are again having a lot of meetings, a series of meetings. Again, at 2:30 also we have another meeting with the entrance exam, MPhil PhD exam, whether we take it online exam or we have to take it offline exam. 2:30 we have with the Vice Chancellor. Some departments are saying that especially humanities, literature and all these things, how can we have an online PhD entrance exam? How do we know the students' capacity by giving one multiple question? We need to see the strength in the essay writing. We need to see the strength in analytical abilities. We need to see the strength in how a student understands an author and all these things. We cannot reduce to one button and we says that MCQs and all these things. But anyway, JRF UGC NET exam is a different pattern. But coming to PhD entrance exam, so we have different opinions now, online or offline. So we need to come to some senses that how to balance these things. At the end of the day, I think we all should go with the what is best for the student than for the faculty and the administration point.
Thank you very much, Professor. In the absence of any further questions, we can end this session. If there are no further questions, we can stop here. And thank you very much, Professor, for enlightening us on so many aspects. Especially you made two very pertinent points. One on students learning from students, collaborative learning, which is a very healthy thing for students. And also you mentioned about the camera consciousness that comes in the process of teaching when teachers are subjected to facing a camera when teaching. So these are there and they are very valid points that you've made for us to ponder upon. Thank you very much, Professor.
So thank you very much for all the organizers, especially the coordinator, Dr. Rukmini, and all his entire team. It is so wonderful. It's a very learning experience. I thank the VIT, Vellore Institute of Technology University, and the Department of Social Sciences and Humanities, and all the organizers for a very wonderful theme. I couldn't, my preoccupation was there, so I have to attend many things. Otherwise, I would have loved to listen all the ongoing sessions here. So once again, I really enjoyed talking to all of you. Very good questions. Thank you for all the organizers.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for gracing the occasion. We are honored to have you here. That concludes the pre-lunch session for today. We'll break for lunch now, and the parallel sessions of paper presentations will take place from 1:45 to 2:45 on Microsoft Teams platform. The links have been forwarded to the respective participants. Kindly make sure that you click the appropriate link and log into your own session. After the paper presentations, we'll have a panel discussion at 2:45. Once you're done with the paper presentation, kindly log in back to Zoom.
Come back here. Yeah, we'll break for lunch and then we'll the lunch. After the lunch break, please get back to your own respective sessions. After that, we'll be back at 2:45. Followed by the panel discussion. And for the panel discussion, you have eminent speakers who will be discussing on the difficulties that the teacher student face during the online session. And you can also, every participant can participate in the panel discussion, and let us try to solve the challenges and issues that are facing in the current educational scenario due to the pandemic. And then followed by the panel discussion, we'll be wrapping up with the valedictory function. So for the valedictory function, there is an eminent speaker from California, Dr. Jagdish Kohli. He'll be pondering on the overall education system and how to develop a student holistically in an online teaching platform. So there, then the education will be complete, because we have been listening to methods, teachings, approaches, techniques, and all this. So which is evidential that the knowledge that we can share. But as far as attitude is concerned, how to how to facilitate the student to inculcate holistically, that also will be trying to share some experience and knowledge, and that will be shared by our eminent speaker, Dr. Jagdish Kohli. So please get back after the paper presentations. Paper presentations will be starting at 1:45 and till 2:45, and then the panel discussion will be starting from 2:45. So 2:45 to 3:45 is the panel discussion, followed by the valedictory function. So there we end up. Thank you.
I could hear.
So Dr. Rukmini, shall we start or after some time? We are still waiting for Ganesh sir. Has he joined? Doctor is Ganesh. He hasn't joined yet. We're waiting for him. Okay.
Panelists are waiting for you.
we will begin the session in 2 minutes, sir.
Oh, I'm here. I'm waiting to get the go ahead from Dr. Rukmini. I'm all here. I'm all set. Yeah.
Few paper presenters haven't finished their presentation, so we're waiting for
Okay. I see. Okay.
Begin. It's a matter of a few minutes.
Okay, fine.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm really sorry for the delay. We'll begin the session. Next on the schedule, we have a panel discussion. The panelists are Dr. S. Ganesh Thottampudi from Heidelberg University, Dr. P. Bhaskaran Nair, former professor of Pondicherry Central University, Dr. Usha N., professor and registrar of Krishna University, and Dr. Achita Sarkar, professor from the Department of English, VIT Vellore. I invite Dr. Jovin Matthew, assistant professor from the School of Social Sciences and Languages, to introduce the panelists and moderate the panel discussion. Over to you, sir.
Hello. Thank you, Ajish. So it's great to see you all here this afternoon on the second day of the two-day virtual conference on online university education and ELT, scope and challenges. So the theme of the panel discussion is redefining the teacher's role in the virtual classroom, which is very timely, right? Because for the last few months, we have all been engaging in online education, which is a very different kind of experience. If you're used to, teaching students on a face-to-face and direct mode. So we have experts here. We have uh, scholars, we have professionals who have been engaging in ELT, English language teaching, and research on ELT for several years. They have uh, very interesting insights. I mean, I've gone through their profiles. So very interesting insights on teaching and learning, the process of teaching and learning. So I will just give quick introductions to all of them, and then we'll move on to the questions, the discussion, and also I sincerely request all the panelists to post questions on the chat box so that we have a conversation. This is meant to be a session where a conversation emerges, right? I mean, you all have experiences participating in online classes or teaching online classes. So please post your questions. And so I will give introduction. These are going to be organic introductions, not like, we are not getting into the details of, all these scholars' profiles and so on, because they are all accomplished in their own ways. And they have lots of publications and, they're all well respected in their areas. So let's sort of get into the act. I will just give brief introductions and then move to some questions, and then we will, let the panelists interact among themselves. And after that, we will take the questions of the audience. We just have a 1-hour session, as you know. Right. So, okay. So the thing is, first I'll introduce Dr. Bhaskaran Nair, Professor Bhaskaran Nair. I had the opportunity of meeting him several years ago, but I don't think he remembers that. That was in Payyanur in Kerala. So that was in 2013, if I remember right. But anyway, Dr. Bhaskaran Nair retired as the professor of English from Hindustan University a few months ago. Before that, he was an associate professor for several years at Pondicherry University in the English department, Pondicherry Central University. And even before that, he used to be in Kannur University. And prior to that, he was in several colleges in Kerala. And even before that, he taught in high schools, in government schools in Kerala. So he is someone with a great deal of experience of teaching at various levels and theorizing about English language teaching. His MPhil and PhD were from the Central Institute of English and Foreign Languages at Hyderabad, which is now called the English and Foreign Languages University. So he has some very interesting takes on language teaching, language acquisition, and also about, how do we structure a classroom and what should be the philosophy of language teaching and so on. So we will get to that soon. And then the next panelist I want to introduce is Professor N. Usha, who is the principal of the University College at Krishna University in Machilipatnam, Andhra Pradesh. She also has several years of experience, more than 25 years of experience as a teacher in language and literature in the university level. So she has taught several courses on literature and language, and she has also published a lot on these areas. Some of her recent work include articles on extensive reading and literary and ecofeminism. Ecofeminism is one of the research interests. And then you have Dr. Sri Ganesh Thotampudi, who is a postdoctoral fellow, is a postdoctoral scientist at University of Heidelberg. And he is a very interesting person in the sense that he is a true border crosser, right? He started with a training in Telugu literature, and then he got himself trained in linguistics and in natural language processing and computational linguistics. And so he's someone who is like very comfortable with different domains in humanities and in the labs of computer science. And he's also, yes, is there any question? Okay, so I thought there was some kind of a sound, but let me just continue. Okay, so it's about Dr. Sri Ganesh Thotampudi. So he's is at University of Heidelberg, and so he is someone with a great deal of experience in different domains. So he's as a true border crosser. So he's as comfortable, I would imagine, in Andhra Pradesh as he is at Heidelberg or Berlin. So he also teaches at SRH University in Berlin. So that's about him. And then, of course, very importantly for me, Dr. Ajanta Sarkar, who is my senior colleague, very well respected, and someone whom I have great respect and affection for. And she did a PhD from University of East Anglia several years ago, and she has two books. She works on modern India, on the politics and language of modern India, psychoanalysis, literary theory, and it's always a delight to speak to her. So uh, her second work was on children's cinema. She was a fellow at Indian Institute of Advanced Study at Shimla, and then her first work was on the politics of modern India, and she discusses languages in that. So the role of English in that comes up in that. And then in her most recent work, she talks about the relevance of English for students from lower socioeconomic strata in India. So that would be of importance to this discussion. And we hope to hear from her. We would hear some of her views about how the online, context sort of influences, has an impact on these students from different backgrounds in the Indian context. So having given a brief introduction to all of them, now I will move to Dr. Professor Bhaskaran Nair. Professor Bhaskaran Nair, I read your paper, a recent paper of yours, and also I went through a talk that you gave, and you have a lot of interesting ideas. You note that the learner-centered classroom is a myth, okay, but you say that it is a useful myth, right? And you also have several you also have interesting takes on the power structure, how this power dynamics operates in the classroom and so on. So it would be good to hear some of your views, and also please try to relate to the this modern context of this the contemporary context of this online classroom. So that'd be great. Thank you, sir. Please carry on. Please speak up.
Thank you, Jobin. My dear colleagues, friends, the kernel issue which is going to be discussed by 3 or 4 of us, and the central point could be, where can we position the teacher in this changed world, in the post-COVID world, in the English classroom? Instead of assigning roles, I would like to go to Dr. Rukmini's first phrasing, positioning the teacher. I think that was slightly better. Like, my life is my message, the great quote. Let me borrow that quote for my humble career. My career is my theorization. Luckily, around, say, or more than 5 decades. 3 phases. In the 1970s, late 1970s, I went to CFL. Till then, I was in the classroom and I was at the center of the classroom with the learners on the periphery. After spending quite a few, say, maybe a few years for doing 3 or 4 courses there, I moved to the periphery of the class. Still, I was inside the class. Then I came back to the classroom, again started teaching. I had doubts and speculations about my own position. I had to be within the classroom, of course, on the periphery, as opposed to most of my colleagues. But still, I thought that my efforts are not still properly rewarded, considering the energy and time I spent. I didn't get enough rewards from the learners in terms of learning output. Then I started thinking of, could there be another position for me? Yes, it is. In that position right now, I am. Along with being in the classroom or the periphery, I also started checking whether I can get out of the classroom and be in the society. Now I am partly in the classroom and partly outside. In villages, with tribals, in jungles, uh, mostly in rural areas, not only with learners of schools, but with parents uh, and all stakeholders of English language education. So one way I could answer the organizer's question is that a teacher can be part of teaching learning English by remaining outside the class as well. Ethnomethodology, we can call it. With quite a few of my teammates, we have been trying to do something in villages without the support of the classroom at all, without the support of anything related to anything related to classroom, like syllabus or say textbook or question paper or say covering the portion, nothing of the sort. Just being with the learners and their parents and whoever there could be. But this is not possible in the case of all. Most of my listeners right now, and especially the youngsters and the researchers too, they would like to remain within the classroom. They can't say walk into the jungles or say forests or tribal belts or villages. Not possible for them. That needs a special mindset. That's why, say, my friend Jobin said, he was with us for I think 2 or 3 days in a remote village in northern part of Kerala. I don't know how he considers his experience there, that I have no idea. Those things have to be, say, evaluated by the participants. Now, coming back to the question, the coexistence of the teacher with technology. Let me say, rephrase that one. Earlier, it was the other way around. 2 or 3 decades ago, the coexistence of technology with the teacher was the question. Now the question is the other way around. Should the teacher exist in the classroom when we have this much of wonderful support, scaffolding in both audio and video form? Now that is a question of the younger generation. And it's a very relevant question too. And that question has been underlined by the COVID during the last 9 months. Now there is no question of, say, doubting the relevance of technology. It is there. It has become part of our learning teaching experience. Whether, say, the old generation is yet to get along with it, that's a different thing. Those are all individual things. Even I myself, I'm trying to say to be with technology, and since my aim is to be with the learner, I have to have the technology. Now, the second point, I think, say, we'll be getting around, say, 12, 13, Jobin, maybe 12, 13 minutes like that, since it is 1 hour distributed among 4 of us.
And we also need some time for discussion, questions.
Sure. Yeah, I have only 2 points to make. So now the teacher is in the classroom and the technology also is there. Then how to have a coexistence, mutually supplementing or complementing. These 2 words, I would go for supplementing. Let technology supplement the teacher, not complementing. Because if it is complementing, the teacher has left out something, incomplete. There the technology has to step in to complete it. Now, I think the teacher has to do the things, whatever she had been doing in the past, but in a different way. Doing the same thing, but doing in a different way. And by that time, technology has to be there because the society needs it, the learners need it, the administration needs it, the whole world needs it. There, I, for one, is for the supplementing, say, functioning of technology to the teacher. How? A metaphor. An illiterate rural mother is feeding her baby with some maybe rice and sambar or say tairasad or something. This mother is undergoing quite a few processes during this 10-minute feeding. I would single out only 3 processes. I know that there are quite a few other processes are there behind this 10-minute process of feeding. I would single out 3. Number 1, the cognitive process. Some of my listeners may wonder, when an illiterate mother feeding her child, how does she have cognitive? These are all things for us great researchers, and researchers told that it's an illiterate, well, by your ones. The positioning of the finger with the tiny bits of food in her at the tip of the finger, and when those fingers together go to the mouth of the child, the mother is very much conscious, number one, about the existence of the 2 pipes here. One is to be used during these 10 times, while the other is constantly functioning, and this happens to be somewhere near on the entry of the other pipe, that is windpipe, then it will be trouble. So though immersed in her own worries and thoughts of past and present and future and all those things, the mother is so careful that not even a tiny particle gets into the top of the windpipe. This mother doesn't have any education, but she is educated by nature. She is aware of the cognitive processes. Still, so many other instances of cognitive processes are there. I'm not going to that. The second process is that while keeping the child on her knees, the mother is dreaming of that child's future, her future. Her future. I said not his future. Her future is a female child, because I always focus whenever I draw examples on the female child, because she's the asset of the nation. So when this child of mine, when she grows up, what would be her fate? Would she be another, say, bonded laborer like me, or would she be going to school, say, along with those small kids who are going that way in uniform and this thing? And one day, would she be, say, going to, say, ELT University or some other university, and say, would finally she would be, say, having a two-wheeler or a car, and she would be taking psychological aspect of the feeding. The psychological aspect of the feeding is very much in the mother. The third one is the sociological factors of the feeding. How my child is going to mingle with the rest of the society, first with the neighbors, and then with her, say, classmates when she is sent to school, and how she is going to behave, how she is going to identify as so-and-so, say, child, capable of, say, singing folk song, all such things. How the child is going to be part of my society. Still, there are quite a few other say aspects, but time constraints. Let us borrow this metaphor to the classroom. Then the 10-minute feeding is my 1-hour teaching. While I am with my learners, in any class, I taught from LKG class through PhD class without leaving a single class in between. And I interacted with teachers also of Anganwadi through university also without, say, leaving any class or section between. With this experience, I would say, my 1-hour lecture or my 1-hour, say, teaching with a textbook, SCRT textbook with me in front of me, or these days, I tell my teacher trainees, don't use the textbook. At least don't take the textbook, English textbook to class. I told them, burn the textbook, borrowing the, say, term from Bertolt Brecht. Bertolt Brecht, the German leftist writer, has a poem called Burn the Books. I inserted text into it, burned the textbooks. But though I showed the gesture of striking a match and say setting fire to a textbook, as a literate person, I'm never supposed to say burn even a single page. No, 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 no. I meant like the Jadhragni which digests our lunch. Half an hour ago, we had our lunch. Now the Jadhragni, the fire, is digesting the food, our lunch. Like the intellectual fire should digest the entire Unit 7 of the SCRT or say CBSE book before you go to a class. If your intellectual fire has digested the entire content, its linguistic, its socio-cultural, its literary features, and all features of Unit 7, then why, my younger colleague, should you take the textbook to the class? Keep it on the table in the teacher's room, only for going back after your 15-minute class and to check whether I have, oh, this vocabulary, these three vocabulary items are really needed. They are not to be ignored as passive vocabulary. They are essential for their day-to-day functioning. Within a year or two, they have to use it with the principal there in that room or with me or in the morning assembly. These three vocabulary items I should take up in my next class or not. This is the only use of the textbook I used to tell my teachers. So first consuming the entire Unit 7 before walking into a classroom, and then coming back and checking whether I have done justice not to the Unit 7, but to the objectives listed in the syllabus in fragments. Then I am aware of the sociological processes of learning teaching because I knew that when this textbook is with me, it's a hindrance as far as a language is concerned. Maybe for some other subjects, these days there is no need of any textbook for the teacher in the class. So many other things are there, whether it is physics or chemistry or computer science, whatever it may be. They have all the other gadgets and in capsule forms as well. Anyway, our duty is to say stick to the English teacher. The English teacher doesn't have to carry the textbook to the class, especially till class 12. Maybe when there is a longer poem like The Wasteland for the MA class, even there, I think a teacher can that long text must be able to. That's a different thing. So here, the sociological processes of learning a second language without a textbook, but with something else, with newspaper clippings and say film strips and all the so-called say materials which we call authentic materials. Side by side, why are some of my learners a little reluctant class? Learner engagement. My friend was quoting that small article. Learner engagement. Why some of them are distancing themselves from say participating? Then again, I have to still go deeper into their socio-cultural background, which also is part of social awareness. Psychological aspects are, well, we have Chomsky and Krashen and Rodellis and all people are there. Nobody has answered in full, but everybody has answered part of these problems, and where a little theoretical awareness by doing maybe higher order courses or by reading and improving ourselves will be at work. Cognitive processes are at work because I have been thinking of why the old grammar translation method didn't work. But at the same time, why still I myself am forced to borrow tiny bits from that centuries old grammar translation method? How can, say, the total physical response, or say the silent way, or community learning, all those things, how can I borrow bits and pieces or all those things? There, the role of the mind has been defined by Chomsky, Krashen, and all such people. And to me, during the last 45 years, my staple food is L.S. Vygotsky. In my humble bits of reading, I still believe that L.S. Vygotsky's theories of the sociogenesis of language suits best to the Indian second language classroom. 45 years I have been focusing on it. That's why I am in the jungle, I am in the, say, with the valley and with the methodological process. There, it has been very clearly stated that, like all other higher order mental functions, language too has its origin in society. My language is not inside me. It was like that. Say we had been, say, convinced before the dawn of the 20th century. In the early decades of
Mr. Bhaskar Nair, sir?
Yes, please.
Mr. Bhaskar Nair, sir, so shall we move on to others and we'll come back to you? We'll come back to you, right? In the next round.
L.S. Vygotsky's socio-cultural theory. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sorry for interrupting you, but we'll move on.
No, it's okay.
All right. So, Professor Usha, are you there? Professor Usha,
Yeah. Good afternoon.
Yeah, so we have had this discussion. Thank you, ma'am. So it's good to see you. I mean, we talked over the phone. So the question is, you have several years of experience teaching language and literature, and you've also taught aspects of language like reading and so on. So what kind of changes do you experience in the present times? With this COVID and with the online teaching mode and all that, what kind of challenges do they offer? Some opportunities, or is it a very unnatural way of teaching language? What do you think?
Yeah. Good afternoon. Am I audible to you all?
Yes, perfect.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Vanakkam. Namaste to all of you. And I wish you all a very happy Deepavali today. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to be one of the panelists. Can you please repeat the question?
Yeah, so I was just I just wanted to ask you about the effect of this COVID-19 and this online classroom mode and all that, right? So how has it changed our teaching and learning process? Are we dealing with a very unnatural way of dealing with language? When you are forced to work with this online mode.
I must appreciate that we teachers have moved at least 10 years forward. Some of us are not digitally literate, but all of us have learned how to use digital skills, use them in the classroom, start with Google Classroom or LMS platforms and teach students online. So we have rapidly moved forward during this COVID pandemic, and we are utilizing the facilities given to us, and we are exploring new facilities. I would like to take one point from Professor Bhaskaran Nair. Professor Bhaskaran Nair and I, we both belong to Central University Pondicherry, though I was not his direct student. I was a student of Pondicherry Central University, where Professor Bhaskaran Nair worked later. I just want to tell you about that experience, which he has been talking about, going to the community and teaching students. I really enjoy that kind of teaching. English or language, as he says, cannot be mastered in the four walls of a classroom. It should be, as we say, LSRW skills. We need to practice those skills. Many of you or many of the other sciences people, they say that arts or humanities or especially English doesn't require a language lab, but for us the society is the lab. we need to master our skills by using language in the society. And I remember when he addressed our students in Krishna University, he said that a noisy classroom is an English classroom. Otherwise, it would be just like a funeral. I remember that very well. So English classroom is a noisy classroom. In this context, I would like to tell you that we Indians should be proud of ourselves because we are not monolingual speakers of English language like the English, the Britishers or the Americans. Okay, but we are bilingual or sometimes even multilingual. So we should be very happy about that fact because my mother tongue is Telugu. I've learned Telugu as my mother tongue. I've mastered Telugu first, and then I have mastered other languages. I know 4 languages, but to understand these 4 languages, my mother tongue is very useful. My brain is connected to my mother tongue. So when I use the other languages, when I learn the other languages, it's very easy to understand and learn those languages because I'm proficient in my mother tongue, that is Telugu. So this code switching or code mixing is necessary in our understanding and learning the languages, which sometimes the ELT practitioners say is not good. But I strongly believe in that because today we have a lot of dialogue about introduction of English in the primary education, and especially in Andhra Pradesh, they want to implement English medium education right from LKG. But just imagine students, be it LKG students or PG students, when they come to a school or a college or a university to learn something new, they need to feel confident about learning. Suddenly, if they are exposed to a new language, a foreign language, it would be a blow on their morale, on their confidence, and they'll not be able to understand or learn it easily unless you use your mother tongue also in teaching them. So that is very essential. Now coming to online education, right from schooling to university, we are all using smartphones or electronic devices and teaching the students. Many students have digital literacy, especially I'm talking about the context of PG students. They use smartphones and they have Facebook and Instagram, but in a classroom, do they have the digital skills? That was a very big problem. As a principal of the University Campus College, I had to assure that my own colleagues knew about Google Classroom. We had to give them an orientation program. We had to give an orientation program for the students, how to enable this Google Classroom and how to use it from their part. And then we had to start the classes. And even though we have started the classes, we have this digital divide, as the other speakers were talking about this digital divide. Remember that we are in India, we are in especially when we talk of the poverty and all that, many students couldn't afford to listen to 5 or 6 hours of online lectures using their Wi-Fi because they didn't have the money to pay for it. In a university, the university pays for it, but at home you have to pay it for yourself. And another thing is, I belong, in my context, I belong to a state government university where the students are first generation learners. Now you have to understand that when they are the first generation learners, they staying at home should be able to convince their parents that they are learning online and also should help the parents. in the morning, I was listening to Dr. Kabir's session where he spoke about one of the students, sitting on the rooftop and listening to, his lecture. Uh, Similarly, I had an experience where one of my students called Murali did not attend the classes uh, continuously for 3 days. Then when I asked him, what was the problem, he couldn't explain it even in front of his classmates. So I had to call him up in the evening once again to understand, what really his problem was. And he told me about, his father taking him to the farm. He had to go and work along with his father in the farm because of corona, the other people who could help his father, they were not turning up, and so he had to go along with his mother and help out his father in the farm. So along with, the virtual classrooms and digital skills and all that, corona has taught us many things. We need to understand the psychology and even the family background of our students, before imposing these online classes on them. And we also need to have a good understanding of the ethics, you know how students are, what is their background, you know and when we are conducting an online exam, how ethically they are answering those tests or those exams, and the psychological part also is very important. And another important thing I've learned is that corona has taught us that we can live in a minimalistic mode. With bare minimum things we can live, and we can survive. If we have food, clothing and shelter, that is we have come to understand the importance of these things. We have
Okay.
forgotten shopping, we have forgotten all the other things in life, and we are just concentrating on how to survive. Our survival skills have increased, and in the same context, our virtual, learning skills also have improved. We have taught our students how, they can answer these MCQs through Google forms, you know, and how they can do these online tests and all that. And another important thing what we have taught them is how to read online reading skills. Earlier, it used to be very difficult for them to read online or, to go through these PDFs and all that. But now we don't have any other option than to give them PDF files or books or online material, and they are doing it. So reading, learning. Of course, once upon a time, we used to scold them for bringing mobile phones to the campus. We used to say that, mobile phones may hamper your learning, but today they are using mobile phones. They are using, their own, what do you say, software at home, and they're just trying to do things. So we are just trying to survive in this corona. And I think this is a very important lesson for all of us.
Okay, Madam Professor Usha, can we move on to the next panelist, and then we will come back with the discussion?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for interrupting. All right, Dr. Sri Ganesh, are you there?
Yeah, I am here.
Hello, Dr. Sri Ganesh. It was very exciting to hear one of your conversations on YouTube. I was actually struck by your enthusiasm and passion for what you're doing. Can you just briefly talk about your work? Because, your work actually spans, like conventional domains, right? Telugu literature, and then, computational linguistics. And, you are in a very special position where you can see how technology is useful for languages, for exploring literary studies, and also for how it would have a positive impact, or what kind of impact would it have on language and literature studies and so on. So can you just give your reflections on these things?
Yeah, sure, definitely. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Good morning if someone is from Europe to European countries. Yeah, I am very happy to part of this conference. Thank you. Thanks to my organizers. And I heard, I can feel this Professor Bhaskar Nair, a heartful experience actually. And I am also agreeing with Professor Usha ma'am's concept towards how the corona is changed. Okay. Actually, when I was around 7 years old, there was a movie which is called as Aditya 369. You might have seen this actually, a Balakrishna movie, Aditya 369. So they, the hero Balakrishna can travel to travel with the time machine. He can travel from one period to another period. Okay. Actually, ma'am said one nice thing. People are saying that corona, it is not good for society or blah blah blah. Corona made a lot of real changes in human life. So if you are a philosopher, if you are thinking towards a philosophical way, it is teaching you, hey, human, you are misusing every resource. So be in discipline, be in your limits. So Madam also used how to live in our minimum space. Okay. I am very impressed with Osham ma'am's and Professor Nair's elaborative kind of explanation. So I am comparing the Indian education system now with German education system. So here I am teaching as an assistant professor in SRH University. So basically, as you mentioned, I came from pure Telugu literature. So BA Oriental Studies, and after that, linguistics and computational linguistics and language technology. 2007, when I entered first time to Netherlands in University of Groningen as a visiting research fellow, I asked my boss, his name is Professor John Nerbone. He is the one of the pioneer in Netherlands computational technology. I asked him, the first question is, how did you learn this technology? You are from linguistics background. He said that he stopped to enter university after his bachelor's. He never entered into classroom after his bachelor's. He learned everything by his own, by sitting in the home, by reading books and by going through some video tutorials. It makes me really, I really surprised actually. We are going to university, we are spending a lot of money, okay, but how can you learn self-passion, okay? So what I want to say here, one point actually, a clear-cut point is the education, in this corona period, we have to rethink, we have many research scholars who are doing a lot of research in literature and linguistics and something, but who are the real beneficiary for this? Yeah, we are not going to read that one. We are writing a thesis and keeping in the library shelf. I really want to see people should rethink, hey, where we are going at the moment. So digital resource. Actually, I want to share my screen to show you some of the tools where people can learn any language with this digital tools. So if you are expert in English language, at least try to develop some digital tools. You don't need to be a programmer. In fact, there are some programs, software tools are there. You have to inject the data according to your theory or according to your logic. Okay, so such kind of tools you have to develop by yourself. And the future is digital technology. So we don't know how long this corona will be here. Today corona, tomorrow another marona. So how can the society can cope up these things? Okay, so in Germany now we develop a new hybrid system. The government sponsored this new thing. So if you have 30 people, 10 people should attend. We divided the whole class into 3 groups. 10 people should come to the class with a lot of distance and everything. And we have a real virtual classroom. So those people who are attending via online, they feel that is a real classroom. So the teacher can explain all the algorithms on the screen where he can write, and even government is providing, if the student don't have good internet, government is providing each and every student 45,000. Even if he is from international students, government is giving 45,000 to the student to survive. The second thing I really want to say to the people, please, if you are to encourage your students towards digital humanities. in Germany nowadays, digital humanities has equivalent funding as cancer research or Alzheimer research, because the society, the government is realized the importance of digital humanities to bridge the gap between computer science and non-computer science departments. Digital humanities technologies and digital humanities data banks, these things only can answer to our questions. Ma'am, is it possible to share my screen?
Yeah, can you do that really quickly, because we have to move on to another panelist?
Yeah, sure. Definitely, I will do it quickly. Yeah, this is, you can see actually Professor Nair mentioned, while you are learning a new language, you have to learn the new language based on your mother tongue, the language which you know. Okay, these are the tools actually. For example, let me show you all these hypergrammar of languages. So you can see here, I don't know Telugu language. If you want to learn Telugu language, I can type any kind of English word, okay, and I am saying this, and machine can generate. So language learning should be as a game. We can learn any language based on like a game. So this is only possible with digital technology. So this is what I would like to say. Thank you very much, everyone. Please try to learn digital humanities. So we have to bridge the gap between computer science and non-computer science. Now I am teaching to computer science people, even though I am from a pure literature, Oriental language student. The only possibility is data science. Data science is nothing but your language. Okay, so through that, even a non-technical guy can work as a software engineer in IT company. Okay. It is possible to do it. Yeah, thank you very much for
Thank you so much, Dr. Sriganesh. The very fact that you cross these borders, these humanities to the computer science kind of thing, that itself is a very interesting idea. Like we in India, we need to think of these border crossings a lot more, because we are very often caught up in these disciplinary boundaries. So let's move on to Professor Ajanta Sarkar. Professor Ajanta, I'm very sorry it took a while for me to get to you. So now, can you please talk about your research, your experience of working on the aspects of language politics in India and the role of English, and how do you see this online times, these COVID times, changing the language teaching classroom, and what are the socio-economic implications of that? So can you please talk about that?
Quick comments, Jobin. First of all, I want to thank Rukmini ma'am for having me on this really great seminar. And it's an honor to share a platform with such distinguished people. And since we are the host university, I'll keep my comments really brief and then we'll get everybody in. Okay, so 2 brief points. One, of course, as Professor Menon reminded us on the first day, this is the point really where, we go back to first principles. One, what is a school for? Is it simply a process of transmission of knowledge? And I think Dr. Rabia Host made that point very, very clearly. 2, our ideas of merit. And I was so grateful that Professor Nair already talked about Chomsky and Lev Vygotsky, and Professor Usha talked about the monolingual state that's become a model. So in my work, I have looked at English not as just, a system of science. I'm really indebted to the philosopher Jacques Derrida. His idea of language actually, really enables us to, in a sense, make the transition that perhaps Dr. Ganesh has made. Because language for him is not just, alphabets. Moreover, English, and I'm saying very categorically, classroom teaching happens in specific socio-historical contexts. So English comes with a whole baggage of modernity happening somewhere else, of a model of instruction that precisely, in a sense, puts us into the silos, which was not perhaps so before. But it also opens up avenues for a new kind of secular education, especially to the Dalit, a whole segment of Indian populations. So I'm looking at language politics, and very, very important point that Professor Usha has made, we need to understand that we are functioning in a multilingual context. The fear that a child feels in a sense, attending an English class will be precisely because of this entire colonial history that we've come from, and which in many ways the post-colonial state has perpetuated. The pandemic has shown us, first of all, that all societies are deeply scarred by these inequities. And I'm suggesting that English can be used as a shorthand form for that. So I won't go to the politics now. You know, the transition from British English to American English is metonymic of a new changed world order, where America, a new kind of consumer culture, is actually dominant, and English now does not signify prestige in that kind of sense anymore, but it's training a new kind of consumerism. It's at the same time that in a democratic developmentalist state like India, you have, and I'll just end with this because and we've talked about this before. See the really tragic death of Rohit Vemula, and why I think and the suicide note that really stirs the nation, and the way in which an entire new segment of student segment is able to make its claims, and in that context now the state withdrawing. And English, in a sense, now becoming, as universities become corporatized on the US model. So it's a new kind, the university rankings, and we're very proud at VIT, right, that we are part of the IOE. The idea of scarcity, exactly similar thing they're playing out in the US too. And I want to end with one short point, if you don't mind. Now, this entire ELT training, and I'm not an ELT person at all, so forgive me if I'm mistaken, right? So the telos is that we should speak like a native speaker. And this is the question I've asked you many times, right? So he's still President Donald Trump. Do I wish to speak like him? So is it only the accent that I emulate? What exactly do I mean when who is this, is Ocasio-Cortez not native? Is Kamala Harris not native? So there is an entire set of questions that, that actually don't come into the fore if we think of language as, in a sense, something abstract. And I just leave the floor now and we'll ask everybody else to join in, if that's okay.
All right, thank you, ma'am. That is, very interesting comment. So you're basically making a distinction between some kind of an abstract competence of language and some kind of a rational, a kind of considerate use of language, like where you understand other people and,
Well, Chomsky's idea, so somebody like Lacan would really question Chomsky's idea of a universal competence, right? Because the ideas of the mind, they come from a very, very different.
Right,
so for Lacan, language comes into being for Jacques Lacan, Lacan, the great psychoanalyst, and Derrida has a kind of debate with that. For Lacan, language comes into being with the unconscious, right? And there's a whole sort of, so that's a very different take on language. And digital humanities and data, for instance, I'm actually quite suspicious of that. It offers possibilities, undoubtedly. But technology, tools of surveillance, Cambridge Analytica, big data is the new oil. So I think there are many, many political questions. And we really need to look at language as a political, as a political phenomenon.
Okay. All right. Thank you, madam. So we have two students with us, Udita Arora and Sarbajit Ray, who have had some difficulties because of COVID and all, in the sense, not because they experienced it, not because they experienced the illness, but because, they had to connect online and they had to go through difficult process of learning online and so on. So could they share? Could you, Udita Arora or Sarbajit Ray, could you please talk about your experience? How was this learning experience very different for you?
Hello.
Yes.
Good afternoon. Sorry, sir, I'm unable to switch on my video. Actually, there is some problem, but I'll try it switching on.
Yeah, but please speak up. It's okay. Even if
yes.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Sir, actually, it's a mixed emotions that whether it is beneficial or whether it is harmful, that English education or online education, I should say. So, because definitely this online learning is advancement in the technology. And we are learning more and more, as many teachers explained very wisely, that how it is helpful. But one question, as I'm a biotechnology student, so I would say that there is lack of experiments, practical knowledge we are having through online education, that there is something lacking. So there is one minus point, and the physical health which it is destroying. So I think somewhere it is harmful, but seeing the online education, I think it is promoting our future generation also. So because definitely we have learned many things from online, as teacher explained that we have learned how to work on the apps in software. So we also don't have much idea like you, because we don't were exposed to this, but now we are very much exposed. And due to online education, Rukmini ma'am is our English tutor, English teacher, sorry. So the way she interact with us, and it did feel that we are lacking somewhere this offline classes, because she made us to switch on our video and speak. So it was too interactive class, and we performed all the activities which could be possible. So there is a mixed emotion, I should say, that it is beneficial or harmful. It depends on person to person. That's
All
all what
right.
I want to speak.
All right. Okay. Thank you, Udita. And because of lack of time, we won't get to your friend Siddharth, I think, the other student. So now I want the panelists to kind of respond to each other's position. Or let me also look at some of the questions on the chat box. So okay, many participants think that it is an informative session, but unfortunately we didn't have much time, because the expertise of the panelists is such that you cannot just contain all these things in just 1 hour. So it is good. And then so okay, generally there was a discussion. I mean, the Professor Bhaskar and I talked about how it is, like how you can imagine a learner-centered classroom and so on. So the necessity to make all students feel included. I read that in another piece of his, another write-up. And then you have Professor Usha, who also talked about, how this creates a challenge for students from certain backgrounds. Uh, then you also have Sri Ganesh, who came up with ideas on like how language technology helps language learning. So all those things are there. So now we would like to have some more questions from the audience. Uh, so yeah, okay, so here's a question from Radhakrishnan. So how do we deal with the fact of misuse of technology? So technology, even while we accept that it can be useful, sometimes it can be misused. It can be used for, it can be detrimental to learning and generally for, life itself. So what do you think about that? So if anyone wants to respond. So we see the positive aspects, the beneficial aspects, but how about the other side of technology?
Misuse of the technology by the teachers or by the students?
Yeah, generally, yeah. So it would be like you have a tool and it could be used for a negative purpose, right? I mean, maybe for the students, I guess, yeah. I mean, maybe, yeah, you can actually reflect on both, because sometimes students, faculty members also, because of their lack of knowledge, they might use it in a very, inefficient manner. That's also another problem I can see. But if you have any reflections on that matter.
I just want to suggest one thing. In ELT, we talk of action research, a self-reflective inquiry on what is happening and what we can do about it, trying to find solutions to our problems. When it comes to teachers, many times when we organize the webinars, they fill up the Google form, register for the webinar, they switch on the mic, they switch on the webinar video, or they log into Zoom, and then they do their work or they are busy otherwise. And finally, they give the feedback session. And in the feedback form, they just fill in randomly and take the certificates. Suppose I have collected 100 or 150 certificates, webinar certificates. What is the use of collecting the certificates without the knowledge which is being imparted in these multiple webinars? That is how teachers are misusing, the technology. Now coming to the students, I log into my class at 11 o'clock in the morning. I address the students, okay? But if it is one way, if it is not blended mode of teaching, the students log in and they are busy otherwise. We don't know whether they are listening to us. We don't know what is happening in their life. So one way of, doing is, what I do is I keep asking them questions. My class is in the form of a discussion, not one-way teaching. It's in the blended mode, and I keep asking them questions and I encourage them to ask me questions. I'm not educating them, but I'm just facilitating their education, online learning. And another point is, we have these technology, like I use the chat box, I use Kahoot quiz mode, I make them answer some of the questions through that. And then I use the Google form, I post it in the chat box so that they can go and answer the questions. So even in an online classroom, if we continuously engage the students in different ways for that 1 hour, of course, I need a lot of preparation to engage my students for 1 hour. As online teachers today, apart from the conventional teaching, what we have done, today we have become extra busy. We have to prepare a lot for this online teaching. We have to prepare our PowerPoint presentations and all these quiz, online quizzes and all that. So it takes a lot of time, but we really can understand whether they are following us or not through these interactive sessions which we have during the course of the class. Because I don't expect my students to listen to me for 1 hour continuously without even batting their eyelid. No, it's too much to expect from them. So I keep engaging all these things just to cross check and just to see that my students are actually in the class and following what I'm telling them. So I think action research really helps.
Okay.
Just try to inquire, be
Jobin, can I?
Thank
self-reflective.
you, madam. Just a quick, yes, Ajanta, madam, please.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, the two quick points I want to add. We're talking about data scarcity so much. So one of the things that, for instance, Tim Berners-Lee, the father of the World Wide Web, has suggested, advocated very strongly, is that the pandemic shows us, of course, that the internet should be free. Right. So I mean, this entire regime of intellectual patenting, beginning with Trips and GATT. So what I'm saying is that we need to think very carefully about, it's not just action research. Then the other, if you talk of misuse of technology, so, and I think technology is misused not so much by children, but by adults, And I'm talking,
yes.
Perhaps you know something about Yuval Noah Harari. In the context of the pandemic, facial recognition technologies like Zoom, which become means of data collection, surveillance. So I think those are really, really significant because children are, of course, a niche market. So, technology offers many possibilities, data colonization. So you need to have bodies that are transparent. First of all, technology needs to be demystified. I don't see any reason at all why a humanities person cannot teach computer science. Yeah, they're simply algorithms and they're all very, very intelligent people. So, the way in which science has been mystified is part of the whole colonial legacy. Right?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry.
All right. Okay. Thank you. There was one question, and the question was about, a time will come when, the content is more important than the construction. I think the people is asking about the grammatical construction. So maybe Dr. Bhaskar Naik or someone else can respond. Like how do we distinguish if someone makes a statement which is rich in content, but is kind of grammatically wrong? So how do we sort of deal with it? Do we kind of deal with it as some kind of descriptive grammarian? Okay, it's fine. I mean, the person is able to convey, so let's move on. Is that the approach, or what do you think?
Yeah, grammar is there, and when it comes to the question of learning a second language in a formal setup, grammar is there. But the question is that, what do you mean by grammar? Do you mean it something like, say, partial speech and passive voice and all those things? To me, no, nothing. If a teacher of English, be it in the primary class or in the UG class, be it in the literature class or language class, if a teacher uses these meta-linguistic terms, jargons, which no others who use English for their day-to-day purposes never use, like adjectives and say noun clause and passive construction language, that class, I should say, I'm sorry, is a failure. Because I told you, it is just because of the teacher hasn't digested those concepts of adverb, or if a teacher has already digested it in its entirety without using any of these meta-linguistic terms, a teacher can make her learners very proficient in English, both in the spoken and written form. But it needs a great amount of homework back at home for the part of the teacher.
Okay, so thank you, sir. And there's this student Sharbajit Ray who wants to make a comment to all of us. So please, Sharbajit, please unmute and speak up.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah. So I completely agree that yes, this is a demand of time that we have to shift to such platforms where where we have to meet virtually and learn virtually. But at the same time, is it really a good alternative? Can it really be a good alternative? I think it can be. It's just a substitute. But in terms of alternative, it don't. We as a student don't have that feeling that okay, so this is okay, this is fine. This platform is good as an alternative to the traditional education that we have.
Okay.
So
Okay, so it's an open question from Sharbajit about whether it's an effective mode, but you are partly inaudible because of technical issues. But we will move on to another question. So it's a question from Gayatri. And the question is, suppose this lockdown and pandemic are over in the near future and the learning process turns to the normal physical classroom. Is there any possibility that, I think she's going in a parenthetical manner, whatever we use as methods of teaching, can they be used alongside? I mean, can they be can they reach us, can we use them in a kind of semi-permanent manner, like as a mode of teaching? So how effective would they be? Any reflections on that? Anybody?
I think, yeah, I think artificial intelligence and, data surveillance or electronic surveillance and all these have come into our lives, and we are not going to escape that. And in a way, organizing online webinars or international conferences like this are very easy, compared to the physical seminars or conferences. So I think online learning experience would be with us even with offline learning, offline teaching. And another thing I wanted to, ask these students, I just want to say, see, we are talking about the 21st century skills like creativity, collaboration, team working, and then digital literacy, right? We say that these are the major skills which our students should learn. Suppose our students use this in an examination. What do we call it? We call it as cheating, right? Suppose our students collaborate and write an exam, we call it as cheating.
Plagiarism, cheating.
Plagiarism, yes. So online exams is a big challenge nowadays. And our students are very, very interactive, and also they're very creative in writing these online exams. Digitally, they are not literates, but they are specialists in digital skills. So we also, as teachers, we also have challenges, but we need to survive and we need to really go forward into the future. And I think online education will really help us to learn or to be more creative in our teaching methods.
All right, thank you,
So
ma'am.
can
And
I just add one small point? about plagiarism, Jobin.
Sure, please.
With due respect to Usha ma'am, and thank you so much for your comments. And I'm representing the host institution, but perhaps we need to think through what does it actually mean, being original. What do our exams actually test? There's so much based on rote learning. What do we mean by becoming academically successful? I think the pandemic has given us, in a sense, a point where we can go back and really look at these first principles. So what does it mean to have rote memory? At VIT, we have open book exams. So, and if students do indeed collaborate and answer, why should that not be an acceptable mode for us to evaluate? Perhaps we need to think from our end too. Sorry.
Yes, in fact, Jasia Rafiq agrees with that, and she says also she echoes the point made by Professor Khan, who spoke yesterday, that assessment methods need to change. So probably exams are an enemy of education. Maybe.
Jobin Tagore says exactly the same thing, and of course from a different perspective, Chairman Mao, on contradiction. What do exams actually do? Yeah, sure.
Okay, good. So, I want to ask Dr. Rukmini, should we wind up right now? Because I think we are well past the time. So, Dr. Rukmini, we started late, but I'm not sure if we should stop now.
Yes.
Because we're
Yeah,
actually getting to a very interesting point.
Sir, we'll be winding up. Sorry to interrupt you. We'll be winding up because the valedictory address, the guest speaker is waiting since one and a half an hour.
Okay, that's fine. So we will wind up. Thank you everybody for your very insightful comments and suggestions. And, like all the participants also came up with very interesting questions. So, we were actually getting into the thick of things, in the sense there were very interesting comments coming up and people were actually getting excited about the topic and all that. But now, as it always happens in life, when we are at the, the most interested moment, like when we are at the exciting point here. So thank you, and we will move on to the next topic. So the next item in the agenda. So Professor, over to Professor Rukmini, please.
Thank you all the panel members for holding the discussion in a very wonderful way. Just now I was looking into the chat box as well as the WhatsApp messages. All are very much delighted, and I think they are cursing me for interrupting and then asking you to wrap up. But I'm little scared today to carry on the discussion because because of the Diwali festival. So I'm little misapprehensive. I'm since 2 days I've been struggling inwardly whether I do not know how to discriminate myself, whether I have done something good or I don't know what to say, how to define this particular day. But it was a mistake from my side choosing these dates, because it so happened that during the COVID days, since 8 months we have not been looking into the calendar. Normally when we get a new calendar, New Year's calendar, we look into the all red marks and you feel very happy about those are all holidays, those are all festivals, and then you keep it aside. But because of this pandemic, every day is looking the same. So I did not look into which are the holidays or which are the red letter days, and then that's what happened. But nevertheless, it's the minute I posted this particular conference in the website, I got many good responses from the audience. So that's how I thought that I didn't go for a second thought to change the date. Nevertheless, now as the whole 2-day program is coming to an end, the last but not the least, as we all know that it is a valedictory session, and in the valedictory session, the report of the entire 2-day conference will be read by Ajish, which will be followed by the valedictory address and then the vote of thanks. So kindly, I'm very delighted that everyone is very patiently listening to this. And hats off to Jobin sir and the panel members, especially Professor Bhaskar Nair sir for accepting and coming over here, sparing your valuable time, and Dr. Usha ma'am and Sri Ganesh Tattempudi for sparing your valuable time. And it went very well. I'm very happy about that. Thank you. I invite Ajish to present the report. Over to Ajish.
Thank you, Dr. Rukmini, for a wonderful opportunity to share my ideas with you all. You are doing very well in the last 2 days, and it is an enriching conference. I've been following all the sessions, and I wish you all the best. You should conduct many more such conferences and bring all such eminent people under a common platform. Thank you very much.
Welcome, ma'am. I have Bhaskar Nair many questions, sir. I have many questions to ask you. I think I will, talk to you on phone, which I need to be, but I think I need to formulate certain questions that I have regarding the transition of the, physical classroom to the virtual classrooms. How to draw the comparison and how to respond on that. Thank you, sir. For being here, a part of the conference. I invite Ajish to present the report. Over to Ajish.
Thank you, ma'am. The two-day virtual conference on university education and English language teaching scopes and challenges commenced with the inaugural session on 12th November 2020, 10 a.m. Dr. Vel Murugan, Dean of School of Social Science and Languages, delivered the welcome address, followed by the opening remarks by Dr. Rukmini, Assistant Professor Senior, School of Social Science and Languages, and the organizing secretary of the conference. Dr. Rukmini, who through her address articulated the necessity of conference as well as the major themes that it tries to deal with, laid out the foundation for the conference. It was followed by the presidential address by the Honorable Chancellor Dr. G. Viswanathan. He outlined the necessity of imparting quality education to the young generations, focusing on the importance of language in developing economy. His vast experience and international exposure enabled him to deliver an address that benefited the participants of the conference to a great degree. His address was loaded with anecdotes relevant to the conference that made it unique. Professor Shyam B. Menon, Professor of Education, Central Institute of Education, University of Delhi, the founding Vice Chancellor of Ambedkar University, delivered the keynote address. His credentials and experience in the field of education made him a suitable speaker of the conference. His contribution to the public education system is well recognized in the academic arena. Owing to his immense experience and life in public universities, the address mainly dealt with the public higher education system in India, the politics that take place behind the scenes of NEP, and the necessity of balancing the quality and quantity in the knowledge society was explained. The relevance of public higher education institutions in uplifting the economically backward was elaborated. Professor Shyam outlined the irony or conundrum of the challenge of NEP, which aims to improve the GER from 26% to 50% in 15 years, at the same time reducing the public expenditure on higher education. He briefly touched upon the various problems that arise in online teaching and classrooms and expressed his desire to go back to the basics, a call to assess what is learned and not learn what is assessed. A highly informative session that dealt with practical solutions to various challenges faced by the public higher education institutions. It was followed by a brief Q&A session. The session was followed by This session was followed by another plenary session by Professor G. Damodar, Vice Chancellor of Chaitanya deemed to be University. I am sure his research and teaching experience of more than 4 decades and his observations on the role of technology in the current education scenario has greatly benefited the participants of the conference. His session was loaded with highly educational materials that he has either created or used during his career. His personal life, achievements, and contribution to the pedagogy was a great motivation to the participants. Professor Shahabyar Khan from the University of Sarajevo, Bosnia-Herzegovina, gave an insightful discourse on the dual nature of online teaching, focusing on the teaching of literature. As an actor and a literary figure, his address was packed with expressions that represented his passion. His address was in fact a call for teachers of literature to return to the model of education advocated by the prophets of the scriptures and the philosophers of antiquity. According to him, Chanakya in the Indian subcontinent, Confucius in China, Zoroaster in Persia, Moses, Jesus, and the Prophet Muhammad all are strikingly similar to one another, but absolutely distant from the modern form of education, which in the last couple of centuries has produced the most non-philosophical age of the non-history. Returning to the methods of storytelling of the ancients and the critical opinion seeking of Socratic peripatetic tradition is the only way of approaching literature teaching in this COVID-19 affected globe. The session was followed by another plenary session by Dr. Vridhachalam Pillai Subramaniam, educational management consultant, who emphasized on the urgent need for a digital pedagogy. It was inspiring to see an eminent scholar of his age display that level of passion and energy underlying the necessity of a digital pedagogy. He analyzed the pros and cons of the shift of priorities inducted by the new norms of stay home, stay healthy, and yet show productivity through a re-energized pedagogy of a new world order. His session was followed by 6 parallel sessions of paper presentation that took place on Microsoft Teams. The sessions were chaired by Dr. Beena S. Nair, Amrita University, Kollam, Dr. Shiva Durga, Assistant Professor, Faculty of Education, GLI University, Madura, Dr. Gigi J. Alex, Assistant Professor from the Indian Institute of Space Science and Technology, Trivandrum, and Dr. Uma Maheshwari, Nalsa University, Hyderabad, Dr. Madhavi Janaki, Head of the Department of English, Nizam College, Osmania University, Hyderabad, and Dr. Sarika Gupta, Head of the Department of English, VIT, Vellore. Following the paper presentation, the fourth and the final plenary session of the day was given by Dr. Rabia Hose, School of Education, University of Rhode Island, USA. The session was on ELT through a pandemic, a call for change of mindset. The session was a guide to the teachers in coping with the changes in education and teaching system due to the COVID. A motivational session for the teachers to help them to be more productive in the troubled times. It was a unique session in the sense that it dealt with emotional and psychological issues that the teachers undergo while shifting to an online platform and listed out various practical solutions. The session ended with an emphasis on the need for self-care for teachers. That marked the end of the first day of the two-day virtual conference. The second day of the two-day virtual conference began with a plenary session by Dr. Naushad Kabe, University of Dhaka. His talk focused on the new avenues that arose in the field of education due to the COVID-19 crisis. He lists out the pros and cons of the state of affairs from the perspectives of integrated technology with all levels of language education. His distinction between online university education and emergency remote teaching (ERT) was illuminating. The sixth plenary speaker of the conference was Dr. Devapriya Basu from IIT Guwahati. Her talk outlined ways in which various digital tools can be employed in the classrooms for the benefit of the students and teachers to critically appreciate literary works. The session was a call for change in perspective through which the process of instruction can grow creatively, challenging for both student and facilitator, and be sustainable and invigorating even when the frustrations of physical distance and the inability to look a class in the eye will have happily become a thing of the past. The session was highly informative to the listeners and especially the teachers of literature, where the speaker listed out numerous digital tools to engage the students of literature in an online education setting. The last plenary session was given by Dr. Ramamohan. He contributed to the conference through his vast experience in teaching and research. His insights on the online class settings benefited us greatly. His sessions dealt with the challenges faced by the Indian education system while attempting to switch to an online system. His experience in the field of anthropology and psychology has enabled him to analyze the shift from a broader perspective. He concluded the session with the hope that the education system will be able to adapt to this change and overcome the disadvantages of the online education. Following this, we had 6 parallel paper presentation in the Microsoft Teams. And following that, we had a panel discussion Dr. Bhaskaran Dr. Bhaskaran Nair has touched upon how a learner-centered classroom is a useful myth and explained the significance of cognitive, psychological, and sociological perspectives of teaching while discussing the coexistence of teacher and technology in a classroom. Dr. Ushayan, professor and registrar from Krishna University, Andhra Pradesh, has commented the efforts of teachers in shifting to an online mode and emphasized on the importance of mother tongue and necessity of practicing code switching in language teaching. Dr. S. Ganesh Thottenpudi from Heidelberg University, Germany, underlined the necessity of rethinking the education system and believes that online education and digital tools are the future of education, and also highlighted the importance of digital humanities in the current scenario. Dr. Ajinda Sarkar, Professor, Department of English, School of Social Science and Languages from VIT, focused on the politics of language, especially in a nation like India, and also discussed the abstract idea of language competence. That is the end of the report. I now invite Dr. Sangeeta Mukherjee, Assistant Professor, School of Social Science and Languages, VIT Vellore, to introduce the guest of speaker, Dr. Jagdish Kohli. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you. Happy Diwali to all. I take this opportunity to introduce our distinguished speaker, Professor Jagdish Kohli. Professor Jagdish Kohli holds a PhD degree in electrical engineering from IIT Roorkee, India. He worked as a communication scientist at Bell Labs, Bell Communication Research, and AT&T for over 21 years. His research contributions have been published in a number of technical journals and magazines. He also presented his findings at a number of national and international conferences. He was invited to contribute a comprehensive article on medical communications for the Encyclopedia of Telecommunications. He also has held faculty positions at Punjab University, IIT Roorkee, New York University, and has been an invited speaker at Stanford University, California. For the past 8 years, he has addressed issues related to the quality of our daily living experience. He has published and presented insights on wealth and quality of life, the journey of human thought and happiness, many facets of human mind, our dynamic cellular body, and nurturing the cell. He has also written books like Leaders Transform Education and Healing the Human Heart and Mind. The book Leaders Transform Education acts as a transformational guide for the education leadership responsible for creating a new system. The transformative reflective practices can be adopted by teachers at all levels of education. This inspirational and thought provoking book can be considered as a textbook for all teacher training programs. The youth activism of these new education leaders will transform the current dysfunctional system of learning. Whereas the book, Healing the Human Heart and Mind, explores the causes of the human downfall and provides a number of insightful and practical approaches and practices to purify the polluted human mind and uplift the heart. The basis of these approaches comes from the ancient wisdom documented in Vedantic scriptures. The topic of unitary socio-centrism identifies ways to create a more humane and vibrant society. The book's primary audience includes psychology students, faculty, and mind healers. Since the book addresses the global issues of downfall of the mind, it will appeal to any seeker of knowledge for liberating the mind from the bondage of materialism. We now request and welcome Professor Kohli to deliver his valedictory speech.
Thank you for such a, I think, so much information you have shared. Basically, I've been listening to some of the speakers, and I heard Professor Menon, and what we see is there's a crisis in education, not only in India, all over the world. And the state of humanity is being discovered through this pandemic, that there are so many challenges we are facing as a humanity. We look at the education in the rural areas in India, there's a total dysfunctional system, and there's a lack of qualified teachers. And also, if you look at the education everywhere else, looking at some of my friends in Stanford University and MIT and other places, they are following a very rigid system, and they have become kind of a prisoners of their own system. They all want to change the system, but there's so much resistance to change the system that whatever we resist will always going to persist. So the basic thing, as I think you have said, that exploring the human mind, we are all become intellectuals now. When we have a PhD degree or master's degree and we are interacting with our students, so we are interacting as intellectuals. So intellectuals have all the knowledge, and knowledge is extremely good. But is that knowledge going to liberate us? If the knowledge is one part of the story, then the experiential learning, knowledge plus experience is the thing which gives us liberation. So this pandemic has taught us that the whole humanity is one humanity. The pandemic does not discriminate between the poor and the rich, the prime minister and the other leaders. They are getting this virus also, and they are responding equally. But what it has taught us that there are some essential human beings, and they are providing services to the society. Without them, the society cannot survive and flourish. Just the basic food, look at what we enjoy every day. How many people are behind giving us that nourishment, and do we ever offer our gratitude to these people? We just take it for granted that, oh, this is our right, we pay the money, and then that is not the way to look at life. If somebody comes to our home and want to help us in that, we treat them as our servants. Actually, they are the masters, they are not the servants. They are our eyes, and they are our ears, and they are our arms, and they help us in living a better life, and we should reciprocate in the same way. So with this background, what I'll do is I'll switch to my PowerPoint and share some ideas and what is missing and what we need to do as part of the education system everywhere. The online learning is wonderful and brings us so many people together. Before we do the online learning, human to human connection is very important, and the trust between the facilitator of knowledge and the learner is extremely important. Once that trust is established, the online education becomes very, very effective. And we can use the social media networks, that all the wonderful technologies we have in creating group activities among the learners themselves. And the learning is a self process. The nature has given us all the tools to learn. We have the 5 senses. The only thing is we need to maintain our inquisitiveness to learn. And then the role of a facilitator is to make that inquisitiveness fulfilled by giving all the knowledge which is required. So let me go back to my PowerPoint. If I can get the screen. So the theme of my presentation today is, what is the purpose of education? Just give me a minute to open the slides. So in the next 10, 15 minutes, I'll try to explore this area with you. What is the modern education doing, and what is true learning, and how do we prepare all the stakeholders in education, and how can we advance to the idea of true education, and what do we need to do on a daily basis to become a true learner? If you look at the dictionary, the education definition is the process of receiving or giving systematic instructions, especially at a school or a university. This is what our current education system is, and this is what it is doing. And the efficiency of the system is very questionable, that how much learning can be provided in the four walls of the university or a school or a college. And that is the challenge we are going through. The second part of this definition of education is that we want to have an enlightening experience. Now, in nature, what we see is that both of these things are extremely important. Knowing, and the other is experiencing. So our current system, the way we are working in the society, our quality of life depends 10% on the first part of the education. 90% of our quality of life depends on getting an enlightening experience. So all the educators, they are intellectuals, but as I said earlier, being intellectual does not help to solve the problems of society. The purpose of education is to address our current challenges and prepare the students to face these challenges as they go into the market. Now, what we see today is that people get high degrees, especially in engineering. I have seen in some of the states in India, like Haryana, 80% of the people are not even qualified to get a job. So we have to ask ourselves, what are we trying to teach them? And eventually, some of these states, they are giving them some stipend. This is not an education of purpose, is not to become beggars, that we learn something and that is even, we are not qualified. So there is something we have to think from the technical point of view, that what kind of education, so that every student becomes a true learner and then is part of the process. I think Rukmini started this very important. Dr. Rukmini told us that education is the manifestation of the perfection already in man. Now, I think this quote is used in all education conferences. If you break it down, that we have to ask, what is perfection which is within us? We have never questioned that. All power is within us. We can do anything and everything, arise, awake, and stop, not till the goal is reached. The secret of life is not temporary enjoyment, but the joy of learning from experience. So what we have been doing for the last 10 years or so, looking into some ancient wisdom, that what is missing in our education, that we need to introduce, at least for 10 minutes every day, each one of us have to take time to look within and see where we are and where we do want to go in our life. So there's an ancient Vedic prayer, and I'm not good at the Sanskrit pronunciation, but if I screw up, just pardon me. This prayer is around 2,700 years old in one of the Upanishads. It says, Om Asto Ma Sadgamaya Tamso Ma Jyotirgamaya Metro Ma Amrito Gamaya. The second part of this, there are three strings, and this is explained further in the next slides, that The purpose of education is to take us from darkness to light. This is the second part of it. The first part is that the purpose of education is to take us from the relative reality to the absolute reality. And then the purpose of the third string of this is that liberate us from the bondage to the enlightenment. So that's what the second part of education is, that getting an enlightening experience. Once we do that, then we say Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Eventually, the goal of all of us, what we are go to school or colleges or do jobs, that we are looking for a peace of mind, are looking for happiness in life. All our activities are driven with this desire to be happy. So the destination for all of us is the same, but the process we are following is working against us because we do not know what Shanti means. We do not know. We get involved in this small pleasures of life, and then the mind itself is something which we are not careful, because we have to pay attention to our mind, how our mind is driving us. Now, there is a paradigm shift going on, and what you see is this modern education, it has evolved for the last 200 years, and it was designed for the industrial society. But now the society has totally changed, and there is a great need to transform our society to create a more harmonious and compassionate society. But that has to come through the education process. So before we start preparing for the compassionate society, we as facilitators of educations, we have to have the self-compassion. Unless we create our own self-compassion, we cannot be compassionate to our students or to the other learners, because whatever we are, that is what we are going to give it to the world. But if you are just looking for education as a teaching job for getting a paycheck and just surviving, that is absolutely not the purpose of our presence on this planet. We are being sent here, and we have creative mind and body and intellect and everything, but how we are using that we have to investigate. So what we are looking at is a paradigm shift, and the future paradigm is there are two parts of it: education for making a living and education for living a life. All our education is for making a living, and nobody has paid attention to how do we live in this world. And that's what I think as teachers, we have to explore that. Now, there are a number of stakeholders. Our education has to be centered to the need of the learner. The learner has to become the reflective learner, and the deliverer of these contents, the facilitators of knowledge, they have to become reflective transmitters of knowledge. This bondage between the learner and the facilitator is extremely important. We should stop calling people as teachers. No, nobody can teach anybody anything. We learn because we are inquisitive human beings. The knowingness is all within us. The knowledge tree, the language is a very important thing. And without language, the civilization cannot prosper. A civilization, whenever we want to learn about any other civilization, we have to go to the language first. So language brings us together, and multilingualism is very important because we are kind of an interconnected one humanity. So we cannot interact with each other unless we can cross the borders of language. So there are a number of stakeholders in education, starting with our parents. And then there are other lot of technological people involved in this, preparing the contents, and also one of the element of this is the assessment. And I heard some of the comments about how do we assess in online learning. We have to introduce the concept of self-learning and self-assessment, because nobody knows better than anybody else that what we are from inside. Outside, we can cheat, we can do whatever we want to do, but we cannot cheat our own self. We know what is going on in our heart. So we have to look at the holistic point of view. The next conference, Dr. Rukmani and number of people have suggested that this is not a one-time event. We can bring thousands of people together on an online environment. And the purpose is to inspire people to spend time to go materialistic need and the social needs and all other needs, and then go beyond being intellectual to the actual state of life. So there are a number of these concepts, and I think a number of those have been explored in this conference that look at the holistic view. If a teacher or a facilitator of knowledge imparts instructions to the learners and they go home and the home environment is totally corrupted, then it doesn't work anyway. So we have to bring everybody together. The next time when you organize a seminar, the administrators in a like VIT and the contract designers, the technology people, it's a technical university. It's wonderful to have a mixture of technology and language and social sciences, because we are all working towards creating a better our own life and creating a better human life. The current state of humanity, there's poverty, there's disease, there are all kinds of issues. And the purpose of education is to prepare these learners to face these challenges. And look at we have created environmental pollution. You look at the Mother Earth, the balance in nature has been totally destroyed. The ecology of the nature has been disturbed totally because of the greed of the people. And we have wonderful new green technologies. We have the new systems, but all our students have to go and face and create these things. So one of the elements which we can introduce in education is the prayer. I said the Vedic prayer, and the purpose of life comes out of that ancient wisdom. So India has a great opportunity to guide the world, and this basic thing that what are we made up of, that there are 5 bodies in each human being. There's a physical body, there's an energy body, and there's a mental body, and wisdom body, and bliss body, and the whole thing comes out of the infinite consciousness. So that consciousness lives within us, and that is the driving force. So this can further be simplified in this figure. So one of the things we have to explore as facilitators of knowledge, that what is the purpose of life, why we are on this planet, and the basic question, each one comes, is who am I and what am I doing on this planet? So this can be explained with the 3 simple things, that we have a gross body, we have a subtle body, which is the mind, intellect, and the false ego. And then we have the spirit. And the spirit is the one which is common. And the spirit is also in the virus which is going on. This virus has a spirit, and this virus is giving us a lot of awakening that what are we doing as a society? This virus has brought the whole humanity together. If you look at it, there's a oneness in life. The virus is not here to hurt us. The virus is us, but we are not disciplined human beings. We are breaking all the norms. We don't even follow the basic hygiene instructions. We don't even follow the mental hygiene instructions. The mental hygiene is that we have not to be afraid of this virus. This will pass too. There have been viruses in the environment before. There was a virus 100 years ago, and 100 million people died in that virus. But now we are very advanced society after 100 years, and we are going to get vaccines and all kinds of things. But we have to give the opportunity for virus to disappear. It has come to teach us something. If we don't learn it and we go back to the same old thing, then this is a lost opportunity. So in nature, when the society goes down and the morale of the society, the morality goes down, then some signal comes from some unknown source, either in the form of a saint or a human being or a Buddha or Krishnamurti or Osho or somebody. So So they are all here to guide us to follow our path and go towards inner awakening. So there are some practices which can be introduced very easily. In every opening statement, in any kind of thing, we did the prayer first, and that is a reminder that the prayer is an offering to the higher power, and that calms our mind. So we can do the practice of mindfulness. The whole thing is made up of 5 elements. So we can do some meditation practice for 5 elements. The practice of offering gratitude in this time of pandemic, that if we can't go even to go and buy a grocery and somebody brings a grocery to our home, we must offer our gratitude to that person and to all the people, those who are providing service to the humanity. They are saving lives, the doctors and nurses, and they are risking their lives to save other fellow human beings. The practice of let go. The mind, we hold grudges within our families and within our friends and all that. If somebody says something, we hold a grudge. Once we hold a grudge in the mind, then we cannot make any progress towards awakening the mind. There is a very simple practice, the practice of thought, word, and deed. What we think, what we say, and what we act. If we can harmonize those 3 things, that can itself can liberate the mind. The practice of observing the breath. See, breath is life, and there are so many meditation practices just based on the breath. If we just observe the breath, before we can make any change, then we have to look at how the mind is working. The mind is a constant kind of disturbance going on, and it does not let us think coolly. It is I think there's Patanjali has a saying that yoga chit vriddhi nirodha. Just arresting the vibrations of the mind, one can liberate oneself. And the practice of oneness of life. Now, if we don't learn from the corona that life is all one and it is flowing everywhere, once we understand the oneness of life, there's no way we can hurt anybody else because everything is one. So this oneness of life, we can learn. They're very, very simple things. I have no training in spirituality. I have learned things just by looking at nature. We are far removed from nature because nature is the great teacher. Our education system should be in the open, not in the 4 walls of the schools or colleges. We should be living in, working with the nature. Like there's a meditation we can do. The having breathing together with a tree in our backyard, because the tree is giving us the oxygen and the life energy and is also taking carbon dioxide from us. And this is non-stop activities going on, which we are not even aware of. When we see the oneness with the animal kingdom and the plant kingdom, everything is the same. Everything is made up of the 5 elements and is empowered by the source of life, which we call consciousness. So all those simple things can be added. So every education system need to do at least 10 minutes of this practice of introducing yoga or meditation, and not the same exercise every day. Yoga, the purpose of yoga is not to do the physical, that is the basic starting point. The yoga is the union between the inside, the outside, between the human kingdom, the animal kingdom, and the plant kingdom. Everything is one energy which is flowing in the universe. So once we become aware of all this, then we can bring our inner awareness, and then all our actions will follow for the well-being of the humanity. Once we have taken care of our own self, that is what we are going to spread in the world. So I strongly suggest that in the next seminars or webinars, there should be seminars on this basic knowledge coming from ancient wisdom, that the 5 element knowledge, the knowledge of the 5 bodies, the practice of letting go, very, very simple things. And for that, we don't have to go to all these spiritual trainings, or there's so many things going on in the society. Their leaders, they have made this as a business, but the spirituality is not a business. We are spiritual beings because we have spirit within us, and that makes our connection with spirit is lost. So the purpose of education is to go beyond the mind, because if we really want to solve the problems in the world, the mind has created all the problems. The same mind cannot solve the problems. So once we go beyond the mind, a simple practice of letting go can make us go beyond the mind and free us, and we can become free society. So I think there may be questions which I can answer by email or later on, or if there is another question I can answer, that would be fine too. But I think we should look at the holistic view of life. Life is one. We should feel our oneness with life. We should experience it. Without that experience, we'll have a partial living experience, and our purpose of coming on this planet will not be fulfilled, and we'll be kind of going back and forth, coming again and again, and then the joy of learning and the joy of life will not be achieved. Thank you for your attention, and thank you for, and have a wonderful Diwali. I think this is a quote from, again, American Institute of Vedic Studies. They are following our ancient knowledge, and this is take me from darkness to light. This is the, I think, message that we know very little. We know very little about life. If we know ourselves, if we know I think the Greek philosophers, Socrates and Plato and other people, they have promoted the idea of wisdom, and the wisdom comes beyond the mind. If as long as we live the mind, suffering is part of it. But if our purpose of life, our purpose of all education is to take us from darkness to light, then we have to go and undertake these practices, very simple practices. And if Rukmini also, Dr. Rukmini will plan the future seminars, maybe monthly seminars, then we can go into details of these things. There are very, very simple things, and we can go into all these things without going into any of these spiritual teachers, and they have made a business out of all these things. We can practice these things, and whatever I can offer in this area, that will be a great opportunity, and I will be available to offer that. Thank you, Dr. Rukmini, and thank you for the social science department, the English faculty, taking VIT, taking a bold step, because the goal of the social sciences department can be that create a human social order, a vibrant social order, where everyone is connected and everybody is taking care of each other. We are here to practice our oneness and oneness with everything, and share our compassion and cultivate compassion in the world. Thank you.
Thank you for your insights, sir. We're greatly honored to have you here in our midst. Next, I request the participants to give their feedback on the two-day conference. Before I hand over, I request those intending to give their feedback to be short and precise.
Excuse me. Excuse
Yes,
me.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am, you can speak.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity. I mean, by the way, VIT is more familiar for me these days because of attending webinars and presenting and all that. And I had visited your college and gave a lecture to one of the groups in your college in January 2020, earlier of this year. So it's a very good experience, and having knowledge about all, and having knowledge and sharing everything about these strategies, approaches, and very elderly persons, very experienced persons have also given us a lot of their knowledge, which is very, very useful to us. And I'm grateful to you all to having given an opportunity to me. Thank you so much.
May I speak now, madam? I am Ranganath.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, good evening, all of you, madam. Let me congratulate especially you and your team for conducting a splendid, wonderful conference, madam. All the participants, including me, really enlightened very much. And we came to know that the realities. I would like to take one more minute to read out this one, madam. I communicate with breath, smiles, tears, a proper language. Everything or say or do communicates. I communicate with all the energy of my life. When I am happy, I communicate. When I am sorrowful, I communicate. All the time in between, I communicate. This is my existence. My whole life is communicating. When I stop communicating, I shall be dead. This is, madam, I would like to share with all of my people.
Thank you.
Really great of madam. I congratulate you and the team and we too, madam. I miss coming there when Mrs. Professor Sarika Gupta invited me.
Yes.
I hope I'm in excitement to come there.
You're most welcome, sir.
Yeah,
Yes.
man. Thank you very much, madam, for giving
Welcome.
the opportunity. Thank you. Thank you, madam.
Yes.
Good evening. Can I speak out?
Yes, yes.
It has been very good to listen in this pandemic concept these 2 days. Rukmani madam was saying she has disturbed Diwali, but I say it is from a pandemic darkness to a online light. We have progressed over these 2 days, giving us the better idea towards feeling as a community of teachers. Thank you. And one thing is that she has even forgotten her birthday. It was her birthday yesterday. She had forgotten her birthday also, and she has booked the Diwali weekend for her. For giving Asukoma Satgamaya Sattu. That's what the predecessor said. So thank you. Thank you to VIT.
Okay, welcome. Welcome. Yes. So, can we,
Now I invite Dr. Rukmini Krishna, Associate Professor Senior, School of Social and Languages, VIT Vellore, the organizing secretary of the conference, to deliver the vote of thanks. Over to you, ma'am.
I extend my profound gratitude to one and all for sparing this valuable time and gracing this occasion and making it a grand success. At the outset, I thank the VIT management, the school team, and our head of the department for opportunizing me to host this conference. Next, I thank all the guest speakers, Professor Shyam B. Menon, for accepting my invitation and giving the inaugural address. Next, I thank all the plenary speakers, Dr. Shahab Yarkan, University of Sarajevo, Bosnia, Dr. Devapriya Basu from IIT Guwahati, Dr. Naushad Kabir from University of Dhaka, Bangladesh, Professor Damodar from Chaitanya University, Dr. Ram Mohan Rao, Sikkim University, from Professor Ridachalam Subramaniam from Chennai and Professor Rabia Hose, University of Rhode Island, USA, Dr. Jagdish Kohli, California, for accepting this invitation to deliver the plenary session and also give the keynote addresses and the valedictory address. Next, I thank all the panelists, Professor Bhaskaran Nair, Dr. Usha ma'am, Dr. Ganesh Tottampudi, and Dr. Ajanta Sarkar for accepting this invitation and carrying out the panel discussion very well. Next, I thank all the participants for being a part of this conference, presenting their papers, attending the plenaries, and being very energetic throughout this program. Without you, the conference is meaningless and I wouldn't have ever been successful. So the credit goes to the participants. So Sabhaya Namaha. Next, I thank the Center for Technical Team, VIT, for extending their technical support to hold this conference. Last but not the least, I am thankful to my research scholars, Ajish, Vaishali, and Ramya for facilitating me in every stage, whether it is the designing of the brochure, abstract book, communicating the participants, etc. Whenever I used to think, I used to have a second thought what to do, how to do also. All my students, scholars used to give me a moral support. And then the success behind all this, when you are telling that Dr. Rukmini and the organizing team, I can, openly declare that the organizing team behind me for the success of this conference, the credit goes to my research scholars. Without their support, I couldn't have been, successful. So the credit all goes to my research scholars as well as the participants, without which this conference wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Thank you for your gracious presence once again, and I wish you a happy and safe Diwali. So with this note, can we leave the meeting? The conference comes to a close, and once again, I am very thankful to all the participants for, responding to my call for papers, whether it is call for papers, whether it is a paper presentation, or even attendees. Many of them have called me, requested me, and then they have, given their immense might to, for the success of this conference. So thank you very much, all of you. Namaste. So with this, we end the meeting, we end the conference. I'm looking forward again and again to see you all. I think on campus, we would really enjoy sharing your valuable, knowledge and experience, because teachers, the gift given to teachers, always I feel that too during this pandemic is most of them, complain that they are getting bored. Whichever profession it is, teaching profession is a noblest profession. And I really, feel proud of as a teacher, because teachers are always learners till their last breath. So whatever, it is a pandemic or whatever it is, whatever the, whatever happens to the whole world, I am always with my book, always ready to learn. What can I give to my students? What can I give to my next generation? How can I shape this nation? How can I shape this, world for a better living? So that vision, the teacher always thinks and always, loves to be a voracious reader so that she or he can give might to this universe. So that's all. That's all that I can say. Thank you all. So shall we end the meeting here? Anyone would like to speak or yes?
Thank you.
Can I say something?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. It's Nilofer Rashid from Al Jubail KSA.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm feeling so proud to be a part of this event which you have organized so successfully. So hats off to you all, to you and to your team, ma'am. And one more thing I'd just like to add up that we are looking forward for more such session. So if there is any chance, please inform us. We would love to be a part.
Most welcome.
Yes.
Most welcome.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Yes. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Hey, Rukmani. Hi, how are you? Namaste to everybody.
Fine, sir. Fine, sir. How are you?
I'm very fine. You can see lovely morning here near
Yes.
Sarajevo. So I had to come out with my family. So I'm sorry I'm not inside some confined location. It was a remarkable experience. God bless you.
Thank you,
And I hope that soon our university and yours will have more detailed and more official, I hope, collaboration. I'm looking forward for you,
Yes,
all
sir.
of you, to visit here as well sometimes and enjoy with us in Sarajevo. God
Thank
bless
you,
you. That was a remarkable experience for me. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. All the participants, did you recognize who sir was or is? Who he is? Did you all recognize
Yes,
him?
ma'am.
Yeah.
Mr. Khan.
Yes, yes, yes.
We love this speech.
Yeah.
I love you all as well. The way you responded back is amazing, really. It was a
Yes,
great
yes,
experience
yes.
for me.
Enjoyed your Hamlet's dialogue. Hamlet's dialogue.
Thank you very
Hamlet's
much.
spirit.
Looking forward to see you all in person. I hope someday. I'm very, very keen. It was my dream to talk to educated people in India, and Rukmini
Most
made
welcome.
that
Most
dream
welcome to
true.
India, sir. You are always welcome to India.
Definitely,
You're a
my
part of
dream.
India. You're a
Definitely,
part of India.
I am.
Yes.
All right, but God bless you all. Take care. Bye bye.
Yeah.
So I stay in Stamford for some time every year.
Uh-huh.
Connecticut, Stamford.
So with this, shall we end the meeting? All of you?
Yes.
All the best.
Yeah, all the best.
Thank you, madam.
Yeah, looking forward to meet you again and again.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Sure. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, ma'am. Bye-bye.
Bye. Ajish.